Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's Friday, which of course means that the final 5 places at finals night will be filled. 2 sessions of action to come, Group B this evening, but 2 will go through from a highly competitive Group C this afternoon. And here is what happened on day 1. Thomas Banks has shown flashes of potential all week. This 164, though, failed to prevent the Banks balance being empty on Thursday. We all know that feeling. Jeff Murray was favourite to win the group, but only picked up 2 victories. He did average over 105 in his last match, though, a sign of unbelievable things to come today. Felix Schertz had the best day of his debut week, picking up 3 wins to put himself in contention for a place at finals night. Can the Swiss star go on and seal a Saturday spot? Will the flamboyant Nico Bloom get there? He also racked up 6 points despite defeat to Keelan Kay, who reached the same amount. Charlie Large, though, is the man at the top of the table. The Portsmouth player won 4 from 5 on home terrain. I'll be hoping for a home crowd to cheer him on Saturday. Yeah, Charlie having it large at the top of the table, but doesn't have the biggest lead after losing his last game, and it looks like we're going to get a real grandstand finish today, doesn't it, Scott?
Yeah, it really does. I mean, Charlie's up first game today, and he really needs to win that one. It was the one that he lost his last game last night, and he was disappointed when he left. There's no two ways about that. But I said to him this morning, when you actually got home and thought about the day, how did you feel? He said, yeah, you were absolutely spot on. I watched it back. I was disappointed for 10 minutes, but realised how well I'd achieved yesterday.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the table just to highlight where things stand. And I mean, there are only 2 points between the top 4. And Jeff Murray sitting in 5th place, but he was the favourite before a dart was thrown. So it looks like we've got a real 5-way fight.
Yeah, we have. And I think Jeff was a little bit unlucky yesterday. When I looked back at a few stats, 3 of the other players actually hit their highest average against Jeff yesterday. So that was a sign that they all saw that Jeff was the person to be feared as well.
Yeah, Thomas Banks at the bottom on 0. Looks like he's out of the running, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He needed to get a game on the board yesterday. He can now play the spoiler today. Hopefully he can relax and we'll see the Thomas Banks that we all know and love.
Right, there has been a large market move in the betting. Charlie Large was bottom outsider in the betting on Thursday. He's now, after winning those 4 matches, the favourite to win the group.
Yeah, and quite rightly so on yesterday's performances. What impressed me with him yesterday, there were points in games where Charlie was, with his inexperience, was in problems, you know, and he came through them. He didn't panic. You didn't see him shaking his head behind his opposition, and that showed a little bit of maturity from the young man. And I spoke to him about that again this morning, and he said, no, I really didn't fear that I was in trouble. And I said, that's the way to play the game for the rest of your life, young man.
And how would you recommend he plays the game today, knowing that he's got this chasing pack of quite a few wolves trying to hunt him down?
As long as he hasn't gone home and started thinking, I need 3 games today and I'll be through. You mustn't start thinking like that, because then you're chasing it and you're thinking, oh, yeah, but I've still got 3 games left and I haven't won one yet. You've got to really go at it from the off. And this is one he wants to put right from yesterday. It's the opening game. It's probably the best time to catch somebody on the cold, on the hop, first game. So I'm sure Felix is feeling the same as well. So I think a lot depends on this game for Charlie, where he goes from here.
Yeah, maybe so. Let's just show you the bet builder for the day. Those who've watched the action will know that we put the popular bets into a treble for you. And on this one, it's Bloom to beat Banks and to beat him by a couple of legs at least, 5-6. Kay to get 180 against Felix Schertz. And Jeff Murray to get a win over Charlie Large. Bookies going with the odds of yesterday there. Pays just under 5-1. I think you think the middle one might be the problem there, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Keelan hasn't really been hitting 180s. He's hit a lot of 140s, but he's not been a 180 here. I looked at the stats. He only hit 3 yesterday. So to put one in that he needs to hit one in a certain game, that's probably the dodgy one amongst the bet for me.
Okay, well, if you are going to have a flutter, do so responsibly. It's 18+, begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. Right, I'm going to ask you the question now. All week you've been saying you start on the fence. Well, it's time to get off it now. 2 players are going to go through to finals night at the end of this group. Which 2 is it going to be?
Look, I love the underdog getting through, and I hope that Charlie can hold on today and get through. Local lad, that'd be great for Saturday night for him to get a few in. Where are we going from there? Oh, it's 1 of 3. I'm still going to sit on the fence with that. I'm hoping Healing K, but he's going to have to lift his game a little bit and hit some doubles a little bit quicker because he had a few problems with that yesterday. So I'll go with Charlie Large and Healing K.
There we go. We got an answer. He stuck his neck out, Scott Mitchell there. Charlie Large is in action in the first match. He takes on Felix Schertz, as Scott spoke about, trying to get revenge on that defeat at the end of the day. And Henry Deacon caught up with the league leader a little earlier.
Charlie, good first day for yourself. 4 wins from 5. You must have been very pleased with the way you played.
Yeah, I played all right in some games, but I was a little bit disappointed to lose the last game because I thought if I go 5 out of 5, I've got a 4-point gap, and I feel confident to get through. But hopefully, just kick in today and see how it goes.
Seen you here a couple of times at the Super Series. You feel like this time round you had a bit of a point to prove to try and get through to that Saturday night?
Yeah, I've been here three times before, and I've always been in this group, and I've every day. The first day I've always started so slow, but I thought this day I'll start well. Hopefully, just carry on and hopefully get through.
Do you feel like yesterday was some of the best darts you played on this stage?
No, but I've had a few better games, but I had good time yesterday. I hit the right shots at the right time, and to be fair, I wasn't actually going to play this week because it's my auntie's funeral yesterday, so I was going to pull out. My nan said no, go play, and yeah.
So a bit of family inspiration for you this week.
Right, yeah.
So what would making it through to Saturday night mean to you? Because obviously being a local player, you're going to be able to bring a few people down with you if you're successful.
Yeah, I'll probably bring my mum, my aunties, and pretty much all my family, to be fair, but that's the aim, to get through now.
Well, nice to hear it's a family fair. Charlie, wish you all the very best.
Yes, thank you.
Charlie Large talking to Henry Deacon there ahead of Large's match with Felix Schertz. And Henry is in commentary alongside Scott Mitchell to talk you through today's 15 fixtures.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to Friday here at the Super Series, where the final 5 names into tomorrow night's final will be signed, they'll be sealed, they'll be delivered. And it is Charlie Large that is in the box seat as far as that is concerned. His best return in the day in terms of points, 4 wins and 5, 8 on the board. The young man from Portsmouth, 18 years of age, WDF World Youth finalist, and family inspiration for him this week up against the 28-year-old Felix Schertz from Schaffhausen in Switzerland.
First leg is
national
Charlie
team
through
player.
first.
And change of referee.
Game on.
We have got Paul Hinks for you today. And I've got a story for you, Scott Mitchell, right off the very bat involving Paul Hinks. As Charlie Large looks to win the opening leg. Try and take the opening leg perfectly, but he's staying at a hotel this week, is Paul Hinks, down on the south coast of Portsmouth. And his room number is 127.
And game? No, just 127.
127 and bed frame, I think.
And bed frame. Yeah, Paul Hinks, one of the legends of the refereeing world. And I remember it was probably Barzi, actually. I was asked who my favourite 180 caller was a couple of years back. And I said Paul Hinks because I love his 180 call. I think it's amazing. But then that's put pressure on me every time I've played a game with Paul as referee, because I want to hear him score the 180 call, and I'm the one that's there trying to score that 180. So if he didn't hear it, it was my own fault because I hadn't done enough to make him call it.
Meanwhile here, Charlie Large getting off to a good start in this first leg. For Felix Schertz, it was a better day for him yesterday, picking up 6 points, following what was a dry spell in the middle of Group A, having lost 10 fixtures in succession.
29, Charlie Car 164.
Large has got 6 here from 164 to take out this opening leg of the day. We saw 164 yesterday by Thomas Banks, but Large is just going to set the shot up here, leaving himself on double 16 after 15.
$100, Charlie Car 32.
Yeah, we mentioned up on balcony how Charlie would want to avenge this. This was his only loss yesterday.
Game shot in the first leg.
He'll want to avenge this immediately, and that's a good start for him. It's only a hold of throat, so nothing to write home about just yet, but
Game on.
It's a good start all the same.
60.
Charlie and his lovely driver had a little giggle at me this morning as I walked across the road and nearly got run over on my way here in from the hotel.
56.
And as I looked round, I thought, oh, that was close. And as Charlie was driving by, and they were both having a giggle at me as he was being dropped off. So thanks for not running me over was the main thing, I think. But it wasn't them, it was the car in front of them. So, yeah, I should have been more aware. I was thinking of today and what a great time I'm going to have with you here, H, this afternoon.
Is that why you wanted to run in front of the car?
Pretty much. And then the car realised it wasn't a bus and wouldn't win. So it then hit the brakes. Yeah, it was one of those.
Yeah, that is a dangerous road outside the venue. That is fair to say.
58.
But who's going to pave the road to glory? That's the question. And you get the sense, and we were comparing the numbers from this afternoon session to the evening session, that the two that get through, whoever the two are that get through, when it comes to Saturday night, are going to have to raise their game. It's as simple as that when you comparatively put the numbers from Group C and Group B together.
140.
Yeah. It was a very different Group B last night to the averages we saw here in Group C. But, you know, I think partly that can partly be put down to the fact that, you know, all six of these guys, you know, felt they were in the chance. And here we are, we've got five probably with the chance today. Jeff a touch unlucky yesterday when I was having a little track through the best averages of the other players yesterday, and three of his five opponents had their best average against him. So does that mean that Jeff's sat in a false place in the table overnight? I don't know. You know, if that doesn't happen against him again today, could he reel 4 off out of 5 and all of a sudden throw himself back into the running?
Shirt's going to get himself back in the running in this match, but that now means 7-7. But Large isn't on a finish, so he can think about this.
16.
And decides to split and leave himself on 4 upon his return.
Again, not a bad shout, depending on what Charlie Large does here. Now, if he hits a ton and
97, finish your car 8.
or leaves 89, there's pressure on the 4 now.
Now for 2. And this really was the story of yesterday. Missed doubles was contagious.
Game shot on the second
but
leg.
Shirts finds the 1 into the right-hand corner. Levels up at 1 apiece. And Charlie Large looks a little bit bewildered in the background. Perfect start to leg 3.
Yeah, a lovely start to leg 3. Large, and that takes him on to his 8th 180 of the group.
25.
And continues to fill it up. You only get to 4.
100.
That's the point where I should have shut up, wasn't it?
Oh, you've noticed it, but yeah, maybe you should have.
95.
You've noticed it for next time, I suppose. That's what we'll say. You've noticed it for next time. Well done.
57.
Knowledge is the bomb, mate, even if it's your own.
We had a 9-darter last week at Champions Week. Sebastian Białecki becoming the second player in Champions Week history to hit one after Steve West in Series 4. Well, that's the second time in this match that Charlie Large has been left on 164 after 9.
81.
Doesn't go this time, but again, not really under any pressure on throw. Phoenix Shirts hasn't really surmounted anything on Large's darts, and he's going to have to find a break at some point in this match because he is against the darts in this encounter. Bullseye left himself a dart at 8-8, which goes on the outside wire.
I think that was a more sensible dart. I don't think he wanted to do anything silly. Hit the 16 next door and bust himself all the way back.
140, Shadow Car 16. Game shot on the third leg, Charlie Large.
Charlie Large makes no mistake of the 8-8, hitting 16 points of his 16th dart. Leads 2-1, 10 point disparity in the averages. And Felix has to find something against a large throw, but needs to make sure step one, he's not broken in this leg. Otherwise, this game could be over very quick.
46.
Yeah, and so far already we're seeing the double stats, the difference there. 2 from 3, Charlie Large, and 1 from 5.
93.
Shirts. So all those 5 were at that one leg that he won.
60.
Problem is trying to get down there on Charlie Large's throat, but then Charlie was having the same problem on the Shirt's throat in leg 2.
84.
Talking about the double stats for yesterday's afternoon session, it doesn't make for good reading at all. There's 293 attempts at double yesterday.
85.
Only 86 were hit, which means in total there was 207 missed darts at a double in the afternoon session yesterday.
You can add another 5 to that already today
93.
from this one game. Yeah, I'm not keen on the double stat, particularly when I'm playing in the week. So don't start with those shenanigans next week, will you?
100.
I'm going to need the fingers of an octopus to count those missed doubles.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Looking forward to next week.
Yeah, very much so. And it's lovely to be
47.
tantalised by what's going on this week to get into the swing of things. It's nice actually to be here and be part of this. So hopefully it will see me in good stead next week and not be a disadvantage where I'm
95.
working out all the stats and I don't start thinking stats while I'm up there throwing.
As you don't hear the scream of "it's in" on stage, you'll be fine.
140.
140 for Large means that he's threatening the break, and Shirts may have to take out this 115 to level the game up at 2 apiece. Has gone for the bullseye first. As if again with the second dart.
65.
And now Large has the
44.
break opportunity. 44 for 3-1. Single 12 leaves double 16. Moves across. Has to pick a side.
12.
But he can't
Finish
find
your
the bed.
car 50.
Just caught the flight. Gave a little bit away there, but not to his opponent. He gave it away to us there, a little squint to the camera. Now it's Shirts to level up.
$40.
Double 10 isn't
Johnny
found
Carr,
either, and that's a
32.
big opportunity that's passed Felix Shirts by. His throw could well be broken here, and Large may find himself in a position of real
Game shot on the
authority in this
fourth leg.
match. He
Johnny
gets the
Large.
break, he leads 3-1, and Felix Shirts has missed a golden opportunity, a chance which has come and gone, which may
Fifth
well
leg,
see
Charlie
his
to through
chances
first.
come and go.
Game on.
That's Charlie Large. Dodged a bullet right there. So that had gone back to 2-2. We saw Charlie had shown a little bit of emotion when he
59.
missed the double 16 on the first attempt. He knew that was a big chance. Kind of dodged the bullet and got away with it. Shirts let him return.
59.
That going to open up the door for Charlie Large to clear off into the distance in this Group C as top runner.
First up, perfectly laid.
100.
Couldn't work on it. Couldn't work with it. Coming up after this, we'll see Keenan Kay up against Jeff Murray, then Nico Bloom against Thomas Banks to round off the first round of fixtures. We'll be going live on Sporty Stuff TV. Our transmission there will begin at 2:30, and then we'll be
56.
there for the remainder of the day's action.
$96. $140.
Yeah, good stuff from Charlie Large once again.
85. Charlie Carr 146.
Well, this would be some way to seal the match. 146 for Charlie Large. Cross for treble 18, which would have given him a dart at double 16.
98. Felix
But he
Carr
lays up
142.
for 48 if this 142 don't go.
Yeah, he looked to change his mind halfway through that last dart, Charlie Large. Was he going out to the 12s to leave 32? Was he?
44.
He ended up going back
Charlie
to the
Car,
20s.
48.
For the match, double 16.
Big moments in this opening game.
That's awkward.
Game.
That's
shot
it.
and the match.
What
Charlie
a
Large.
find for your final dart of the game as Charlie Large beats Felix Schertz by 4 legs to 1. And that puts him now on to 10 points in the group. It puts him in a very promising position in the group as he continues to stamp his authority on Group C. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Keelan Kay in action for the first time today. He takes on Jeff Murray. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Charlie Large move on to 10 points after a 4-1 victory against the Swiss, Felix Schertz. Next up for us, Jeff Murray in action up against Keelan Kay. And this really was the game of the day in Group C yesterday. Jeff Murray posting his best average of the day by some distance, 105.04. He hit 4 maximums and won the game for 154 checkout against Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 2. Keelan, the man from Plymouth, probably would have felt yesterday as an opportunity that passed him by. He was one of the favourites to go on and win this group and to progress through to tomorrow night's final. He's still on 6 points. He's still in third, but the fella from Felling with that victory against the Plymouth man
First leg,
has
Keelan,
put
you
himself
two
in
first.
contention still to go on and win this group. And perhaps that 105 average, Scott, could have been a bit of a warning shot to the field going into today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just wait until I can hear Paul Hink. Oh,
123.
And ironically, yesterday that was Keelan's highest average yesterday against Jeff Murray as well. So Keelan raised his game when he needed to, and that sort of tells me that he was kind of going through the motions and just doing enough with the 3 wins that he had yesterday over his opponents, where we want to
84.
be seeing people blow each other out of the water.
Well, it looks like the odds compilers have kept their faith with Jeff Murray today because they have him as the 8-11 favourite to win this match, whereas Keelan Kay is the even money to win, which it feels like the way that he played and the way he took opportunities, that even money feels like a bit of a big price.
81.
Well, to pop in that 105 average second to last game yesterday, that's probably made the bookies have a little think, you know, and the predictors have a little think to say, Yeah, actually, he's still here. He didn't start
60.
well, but he's still here. And they do the number crunching, and they know how all these logarithms work. And they sort of see him as still right in the shout. And what a big shot that is from Keelan Kay.
177 to leave himself on double 18 after 12. This would be some way to start the day if he can find a 13. He only has to
36.
find it in 15, worst case scenario. Now for double 9.
Game shot on the
Bound
first
14
leg.
dart
Keelan
start
Kay.
to the day for Keelan Kay. The lord of the board, he's on the board. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, Jeff, to throw first. Game on.
The reason why we think for Keelan yesterday was a bit of an opportunity that passed him by is when you
139.
delve into his numbers for the day yesterday. It was one of the higher numbers that we saw. It was in the top half of numbers that we saw yesterday. 80.85, 15 out of 59
60.
when it came to the doubling. But we know that the high ceiling that Keelan has, and he would have seen this group as an opportunity and will be disappointed that he began the day,
180.
well, outside those top 2 spots.
Yeah, very much so. And we actually
57.
he gave me a couple of messages last night and was asking about the double situation, which I said that I thought he'd taken the pace off of the game a little bit when he had 3 darts in his hand rather than when he was throwing
140.
with a double as a finish as part of the throw. And he went and watched it back, and then about 3/4 of an hour later texted me back and said,
96. Jeff
yeah,
Lucar,
you're
42.
right. That's just not how I do it. And I said, but each individual day is different. You felt you were doing the right thing at the time, so don't chastise yourself for maybe now seeing what
10.
you feel is wrong, because at the time you felt it was right, and it did work on occasions. But it's just that I've practiced with you online, and I've known you a while now, and I just
Jeff
knew
Lucar,
that wasn't
32.
quite the way that you usually do it. So it just, it was a thanks, mate, and yeah, I'll see if I can do something about it tomorrow, and we'll see today
24.
whether that makes a difference.
Well, that was a good scoring phase to the leg for Jeff Murray, but he's missed be a double here. But Keelan
60.
can't really
Jeff,
punish. He's
8.
left himself on a finish, but it's a big one. And so Murray here, double 4 to level up at 1 apiece. And he just shifted across. Yes
Game
is
shot
the
on the
answer,
second
1
leg.
apiece.
Jeff
And
Murray.
there's a saying in boxing that styles make fights, and it just feels like that these two, perhaps the way they play the game, they both go at a bit of a pace. And both at their best are power scorers. And the way that each other play, it just plays into each other's hands.
41.
Yeah, and the way Jeff Murray will be seeing this is if he can beat Keelan, he will jump onto the same points and put himself right back into the mix.
43.
It will see us. We know this group is going to be tight. Another win for Charlie Large in his
100.
next outing. When he actually plays Jeff Murray, you would more or less feel would seal the deal for
60.
Charlie Large. But I think Jeff Murray's looking at this going, yeah, these may be the top 2 that people are predicting to get through, but I'm
58.
playing them both early doors, and I can put myself right back in the mix here.
It's almost like reverse psychology for Jeff Murray today, because yesterday, even though he was unaware of it, he was
100.
the bookmaker's favourite to win the group, and there is that looming pressure of it, whereas today he goes perhaps with almost no expectation because he began the day in 5th.
98.
No, absolutely. And I had a little chat with him as well this morning. He was saying that a great player from the past up the northeast, Graham Stoddart, he
43.
runs a few tournaments, and that's where he's been learning his craft. And he says, I know I'm older than the other players in this room, but he said, I don't
60.
feel I'm any more experienced. And I felt that we picked up on that yesterday. And I said, you've just reaffirmed what we felt, that's why the group is so even.
171. Kilnuka, 144.
Big visit that for Murray, and he really is threatening the K throw. And the 144 isn't going to be dispatched. And so
94.
Murray returns to 84.
84.
It's going to be under pressure. Big pressure for Keelan Kay. It may be the one opportunity he gets to break his throw in this leg. And it may well only be a dart of the ball. It's a little bit in the middle.
59. Kilnuka, 50.
Lucky to get the dart at the ball there. Very tight to miss him with the second dart, but what a good dart it was at the ball.
10. Jeff, your car 25.
See, that's better from Kate. He threw those a little quicker. Much better, although he didn't hit the target.
To the cross.
Game shot
Yes,
on the
he
third
can, and he
leg.
can
Jeff
use that
Murray.
second dart as a real handy guide, as a bumper for the third. And he gets the break of Keelan Kay, who shakes his head in the background.
Fourth leg, Jeff, to
knowing
throw
that was
first.
a
Game on.
big chance has gone Murray's way, and now he has got a lot of work to do.
For me, Keelan doesn't need to shake his head. He threw 2 great darts at double top.
1 out of them, 40.
They missed by a cat's whisker. If he'd have missed them and hit the number 20, yeah, I'd stand behind and be disappointed. But don't disappoint yourself
58.
when you're so tight to the wire. They're not disappointing darts that you threw. They're just disappointing. They didn't land them where you wanted to go.
But is this typical young player, Scott? Because
48.
how many times do we see a player in their early 20s, or maybe a bit younger, come up here and it's almost, I suppose, that generation, isn't it, where everything's got to be perfect. The darts have almost
41.
got to be Instagrammable.
Yeah, I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I love it when they do it to me because I can read it and I love it. And then I know that if I can go in 140 after just having a little rubber of a leg,
100.
you then put them into another situation again in their head where they're thinking doubly, oh no, I've missed that double. So as you get older with experience,
95.
you know that you can then change that mindset in his head with what you're doing after a little mistake. If I didn't think, if I'd have been playing Keenan there and I could have managed to do that 140, I know that I'm doubling his
177.
trouble. If he doesn't show me that missing that top has affected him, then I wouldn't think I'm doubling his trouble on my next throw. So that's the part of the psychology of the game that sometimes if you don't play,
32.
you
Jeff, your car
don't kind of
36.
understand what you can actually, how you can affect the other player's psyche.
But there's just been some spurt in this leg for Murray. He's actually had some purple patches in this match. But whenever they've come, the missed doubles have tended to derail him. Now there's some decisions to make.
28.
And he decides to leave it for double 4 next time around. Kay hasn't really put much of an imprint on the Murray throw in this leg.
59. Jeff, your
And
car
by
8.
contrast, he now may face a 3-1 deficit in the face.
Game shot on the
3-1
fourth
it
leg.
is.
Jeff Murray.
And Murray is a leg away, and it would mean that the 4 players below Charlie Large at the top of the table on 10
Fifth leg,
points would
Keelan to
be
throw first.
all on
Game
6 ahead of Bloom and Banks' battle, and there'd be a real opportunity for Nico here if he can get the better of Thomas Banks in that match, and this result stays this
60.
way, to really assert his authority on proceedings in that race of what looks like will be the second spot.
Yeah, definitely. And
1
like
out
I
of them,
say, Jeff Murray
40.
is putting himself right back in position to cause a big problem to the rest of the group.
85.
He's very terrier-like, isn't he, Jeff Murray? You don't shake him off very quickly.
81.
And when he gets in front, he scurries off into the distance.
100.
You mentioned on the bet builder how much you have went against the Keelan Kay on the 180 card. What did yesterday look like
100.
to the man I'm now going to call Statty Dog Mitchell?
I did a bit of homework this morning. Yeah. I just want to see Keelan's got the problem there again where
57.
he's just a little bit shy of that treble 20. He needs that first dart over the top. And I think that's where it causes his problem on his score in front. When he's above that and he's thrown a bit harder,
118.
he's right on the button usually.
Oh, Murray now on the cusp of victory.
59. Jeff, your car 62.
2 points away from a 4-1 victory, which very much puts him in the mix. This first game was ultra important for the man from the northeast,
30.
and he hasn't quite
Killing
sealed the
your car,
victory just yet.
140.
3 from 14 now on the doubles. Kane needs to find this 140. He may get the 140, and he was just the width of a
120.
wire away
Jeff, your
from
car
finding it.
32.
Once again, not a bad dart thrown at the double, just didn't go his way. You expect Murray now to tidy this up.
$16.
What a
Give me the
deflection
car,
that was.
20.
Great camera shot on how that deflected up into the double eight.
Game
Effectively
shot on the fifth
skimmed
leg.
over the
Keelan
top into the
Kay.
double eight, but the double 10 was not an issue at all for Keelan Kay. He keeps himself at least in with a glimmer, but Jeff has the
Six
double
leg,
10 in
Jeff,
leg
you throw
6.
first. Game on.
So in effect, they've now actually probably robbed one each, but the telling leg was leg 4, where Jeff Murray ran away with it, where Keelan was still very
134.
disappointed at missing the tops.
$80. $60. $100.
Keelan Kay is now caught up on the scoring front, but he's still going to have to break the throw. He's going to have to find a couple more trebles
81.
than Jeff Murray if he's going to get there first. As we go down the leg, he's running out of time to do that.
81.
Yeah, he loses this, he might have an uphill battle, which is a little bit like his beloved hometown football team's going to have tomorrow. His beloved Plymouth Argyle away to Leeds United in the
125.
Championship, and they're banging form at the minute to Leeds. As is Jeff Murray right now, 101 for the match.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth.
$58. Jeff, your car, 101.
Don't mention meatloaf, I'm hungry.
Oh, he could be the winner here. So double 12 just
89.
moves inside, but he is going to come back with K all the way back on 182. And he's not really making much by way of inroads.
45.
And that
Jeff, your
might well
car,
be
12.
the white flag being waved in the air as Murray comes back for double 6. He's edging closer.
No
He can't
score.
find a way
Jeff,
in.
your car, 137.
Not going to get it now.
57. Jeff, your
Ties it
car,
up
12.
nicely, and it's Jeff Murray now then for double 6 to make it the same scoreline as it was yesterday in the corresponding fixture.
Game
And he does
shot
it.
on the
Second
match,
dart.
Jeff Murray.
Relieved it is for Jeff Murray. He knows that's big to get him back in to this Group C standings and give himself a chance of finishing in the top 2. Here are the averages. Nothing too much to shout about in the averages. And 4 from 23, Jeff Murray will not be pleased with, but that's probably what's affected his average. We're heading to a short break, and we will be back afterwards with the last game of this Series 3, Nico Blum versus Thomas Banks.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where Jeff Murray may well be the man making the march in Group C. Got the better of Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 2 before the break. And it means now we have 4 players all tied on 6 points. But this man on your picture here, the flower power, Nico Blum, can change that fact if he can get the better of Thomas Banks, who was the only player in this group yesterday who didn't register a victory. The Bulldog will be hoping to be a bit more bullish about his chances by the end of the day. Here's Nico Blum, the 22-year-old from Cologne, former World Youth Masters winner, up against Thomas Banks. Now, his best in seniors darts, the
Looks
UK
like Nico
Open
to
4th
through
round appearance
first.
in 2023, but has been prolific on the Junior Darts Corporation circuit. Him and Luke Littler have been enjoying many a battle this year. For him, it'll be about
45.
making sure he can take as much out of his experience as he possibly can.
Yeah, definitely. And this
140.
isn't a fixture that's been kind to Thomas over the week. He's lost all 4 times to Nico.
96.
In the back room, they have become quite good friends over the week.
97.
A bit of a one-off, isn't he, Nico Blum?
He is indeed. They were telling me as this
99.
group is, to be honest, because I think all of them met together last night, maybe with the exception of Charlie, because obviously Charlie lives locally
81.
and would have been picked up. But all the 5 guys went off out and ate together last night, and they're quite a close-knit group.
131.
Which most groups do get on and you know, maybe have a sherbet after in the pub next door. But this lot are going out to eat as well and have done for the last couple of days. So
130.
it's a really, really good camaraderie between the guys.
That's a
45.
Banks. This is
Thomas
a fantastic start to
24.
the day. He's left double 12 after 12 to take the opening leg against Fro. That's a handy guide. But we saw that 1 or 2
12.
times yesterday, didn't we? Just
Nico
that dip
85.
below into another segment. 14
Game shown
is
the first
found,
leg.
and
Nico
Boom will pinch the
Blum.
pocket of Banks, 1-0. Yeah, one of the
Second leg,
things I'm going to
Thomas
miss
to
about
first.
Nico
Game on.
departing is the seemingly now traditional at the end of every session, every day, asking me where's the best local restaurant.
Well, I'm not sure where they went yesterday,
97.
but I gather he had a nice fish and chips yesterday. And that turned out to be a starter because he was still hungry. So then he had
59.
a lovely burger to go with that afterwards. And then Thomas reliably informed me when Nico left the room that
96.
he couldn't eat all his burger, and Nico finished that as well. So maybe the shirt. I'm not one to talk about tight shirts
58.
because I'm not, you know, pot, kettle and black and all that. But I think his shirt will be a little bit tighter today or at the end of the week than it was at the start of the week, by the sound of
111.
things.
On that subject, how was your monster breakfast this morning?
Oh, 4 sausages, fantastic.
140.
Nice to see that there was and also no expenses spare on the coffee either this morning. I had to
42.
stitch you up there.
Yeah. I did borrow the coffee from the hotel room and bring it in with me because I didn't have time to have it. So, yeah, very nice too.
Is that what they
Wait.
call stealing these days?
No, it's waste not,
100.
want
Thomas
not.
O'Carr,
That's what they call it.
155.
155 for Thomas Banks to level up at 1 apiece. Not going to go on this occasion. And so Nico Blum back for 144 to
Nico O'Carr,
double his lead to 2-0.
144.
not going to go. And so Banks is going to go.
58.
Well, at
Thomas
least he
O'Carr,
should get a go at the
90.
bullseye, which has been Nico Blum's favoured double this week. Well, the treble leads double 5.
85.
That snags
Nico
below.
O'Carr, 86.
Thomas will be feeling here. He goes first in leg 1. Should he go to
56. Thomas
high
O'Carr,
wide
5.
and well, just high? Yeah, Thomas will be feeling that he should be at 2-0 here if he can hit this.
Game
And
shown
we're all
the
feeling
second
the same
leg.
as well
Thomas
because
Banks.
he got there first. Let's not forget it's another day.
Third leg, Nico
Getting
to
that
throw
first
first. Game
leg on the board is a bit of a milestone when you start the day, and so Let's hope he's feeling a
59.
little bit better about himself now. Some players don't even think about it. Other players do. It plays on the mind.
180.
Backs to Banks. But perhaps it felt somewhat ironic that they won both players have won the leg they should have lost.
134.
Yeah, very much so. And I think this was one of the accumulators at the top of the show that had Nico winning 4-2 or better.
125.
And it was one that I thought could be problematic.
Well, Banks went 5 deep into the 9 there.
118.
Averaging just a shade under 95. And looks better for a good
48.
night's sleep, it has to be said. Whole demeanour looks completely different. He looks fresh. He looks like he's really enjoying it up there today.
100.
And
Thomas Shokar, 148.
there was points where it felt like he was having a bit of a tumultuous time of it on the oche.
43. Nico Yokar, 90.
But let's be honest, when Nico Bloom's involved, this can be anything. Treble 18 leaves the requisite double,
Game shown
and
the
it's
third
found
leg.
last dart in
Nico
hand,
Bloom.
using the second dart as a bumper to put it into the bed, and Bloom leads 2-1.
Fourth leg Thomas to throw first. Game on. $43.
That 148 shot out yesterday, didn't he, Nico Bloom? When the reels
96.
start the show. 90 that way is always nice and tidy as well, good for the confidence.
41. 58.
Nico finished the day second in the group. That was despite a daily average underneath 79.
140.
78.94. And that was mainly played by his doubling stats. 17 out of 63 attempts at double.
59.
Like you said with the doubling stats earlier, they
99.
absolutely crucify averages.
$100.
Nico he's being eccentric now. Imagine what it'd be like if he qualified for tomorrow and was playing in front of
98.
a crowd.
$58. Thomas Shokar, 80.
Well, this game up, double 10.
Game shown the
Desmond,
fourth leg.
2-2.
Thomas Banks.
17 darter there for Thomas Banks to
Fifth
level
leg Nico to
proceedings
throw
back up.
first. Game on.
It's a real nip and tuck encounter. It's all been about the power of throw, something that Nico has in the odd-numbered leg. So Banks
100.
still has to find a break at some point.
We know Banks is capable of those sorts of shots. We saw
45.
the 164 yesterday. Go from him. Getting that drive, getting that passion, the fire in the belly.
59.
And he won't want to end this week having been beaten by Nico 5 times on the trot.
140.
It's not in a dart player's make-up to allow that to happen.
140.
Anything to avoid that dart player's ego being damaged, right, Scott?
Yeah, damn right.
99.
Absolutely. Otherwise, you take those bad losses and like bricks in a rucksack on your back, and you keep filling the rucksack up with those bad
100.
losses, and they will continue to drag you down.
$99. Nico Carr, 102.
102 for Nico Bloom for 3-2. Could be ball, it could be treble 14. That's going to be tops,
82.
and it's taken a deflection
Thomas
off the first
Carr,
dart.
118.
Yeah, massive hit, wasn't it?
94. Nico Carr, 20.
Double 10 for Nico Bloom with Banks waiting on double 12 for the break. Big dart incoming.
10.
Big miss for
Thomas
Bloom.
your card,
And Banks is
24.
back for the break.
$12. Nico your card, 10.
Like Keelan Kay yesterday, and 3 darts in his hand. Thomas Banks at doubles. Has not been good for him so far.
No score. Thomas your card,
Oh,
12.
he gets back when he didn't expect it. Nico, I think when that last one left his hand, he thought it was in.
Now the misses are beginning to become apparent.
6. Nico your card, 10.
More missed darts at double for Thomas Banks has opened up the door again for Nico Bloom. And eventually
Games
he
on the
crosses
fifth
the
leg.
line.
Nico Bloom.
A puff of the cheeks in terms of a sigh of relief.
6 leg Thomas to throw first. Game on.
He knows he's dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, it was just a hold of throw, but how important a hold of throw it was.
57.
We discussed this yesterday about having the throw in leg 6 and how much more pressure there is on you to hold throw, and that's why we see so many 4-2s, and we saw
41.
lots of those yesterday, particularly at the tail end of the day and the start of yesterday evening. A mammoth amount of 4-2s in a row.
58.
It was something like 9 out of 10 games in succession went by that way of scoreline. It was an incredible chain of events.
47.
Last night was just an incredible night altogether. I think one of the best we've had here at the Super Series.
Yeah, those first
99.
5 games or so, you really didn't want us up on the balcony having a chat. Everybody wanted the games to just flow right through and see more of the fantastic darts that were being thrown. And
97.
obviously we'll hopefully have more of that again tonight. And hopefully the players
96.
won't feel the pressure as they're all going for spots in the group.
I was speaking to Jared Cole before we went live on the balcony, and he said
81.
it was a case of everybody came out like a turbocharged engine, and so naturally at some point, because everybody's got out to the same pace, there was going to be
99.
a slow down, but it was who was going to react best to that.
Yeah, totally agreed. And you saw it a couple of weeks ago
100.
with
Thomas
Cam
O'Connor,
Crabtree and all the
92.
experience that he had. That last game went wrong for him and he missed out. We'll be seeing some more of that tonight. Who knows? It's going to be tense, nervous headache
49.
for those
Nico
players in the
O'Connor,
room for sure.
135.
You can join us for that for around 10 o'clock this evening.
Yep, live on Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube
59.
channel.
Thomas
Banks
O'Connor,
here, 43 for level match to send us all the way. Double 16, that's just about squeezed into the 11. Readjusts, recomposes,
35.
but he can't
Nico
find the double
O'Connor,
8.
76.
And so Blum to put himself on 8 points and to put himself in a real promising position in this group. 76 he wants. It's going to be the solitary dart at tops,
36.
which goes high
Thomas
and
O'Connor,
above.
8.
Thomas Bank he's got to think positive here,
No score. Nico O'Connor, 40.
and he hasn't.
Game
And
shown in the
Nico
match.
Bloom
Nico
finds
Bloom.
the tots, and have a look at what it means to him. He was put through it there by Thomas Banks. An improved performance from him, and he knows how important that could be because he's seen his rivals around him drop points, and he has managed to find a win. A relieved man as he leaves the stage. A 4-2 victory against Thomas Banks with an average of 78.33, 4 from 14 on the doubles. He now is in pole position for that second spot. Next up, it is the league leader, Charlie Large, in action when he takes on Jeff Murray, who's making a spurt of his own.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 3 games have been played in Group C on Friday, and there's been a victory for the table topper Charlie Large in the opener against Felix Schertz. Jeff Murray then favourite to win this group before a dart was thrown, looking to recover from a disappointing day yesterday. Beats Keelan Kay in the first one and moves above him in the table. 2 points now off second place Nico Bloom, who got the win in the third game against Thomas Banks. But Charlie Large is about to take on Jeff Murray in what is going to be an enormous tie in this. Murray can move 2 points behind Large, but if Large wins this one, he's looking pretty good for a place in the Saturday night finals. Guiding you through the action, it's back to Scott and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so round 2 begins in earnest. And, well, the mover the last couple of rounds, Jeff Murray's in action, but the task that he's got is a big one. It's a large one. It's Charlie Large. He's a Poland who can move on to 12 points and perhaps move himself close to the cusp of qualification as well.
Like Jeff to throw first.
Large beats Murray.
Game on.
Large would be on 12 points. Murray would be on 6 points. And at that point, there'd be 6 points left to play for. He would edge in closer towards that finishing line, which when you get on to 12 points becomes something which does come into sight.
93.
On the reverse angle of that, should Jeff Murray win, he will put himself right back in the mix. He will drag
100.
Charlie Large back into the mix as well. We'll see a gaggle of players still having a chance to qualify
134.
in the top 2 spaces.
You've been swallowing that dictionary again? A gaggle?
The farming quote, isn't it? I'll be mentioning hay, straw, silage, tractor.
140.
It's my thing, isn't it?
Next up, the combine harvester.
Absolutely. They're all parked up in the sheds,
96.
hopefully this time of year in the warm.
121.
Well, Murray's been warming up to the task of late, and he goes 25, which would have meant the treble 20 would have afforded him a dart of the double 18.
65.
Been a real good first leg on throw. His scoring today really has been on point. It was actually the doubles that let him down, despite beating Keelan Kay in the end.
100. Jeff Yukar, 56.
So 56 to take out this opening leg. Tops is what he wants. Double 10.
46.
A
Charlie
small
Yukar,
missed start to the
78.
double. He's now 4 from 25 for the day. So this would be a pinch
58.
for that
Jeff Yukar,
snagged low
10.
itself.
Yeah, again, caught the flight, ran down the stem.
Game shown on the first leg. Jeff Murray.
Glenn Murray. Jeff Murray. Glenn Murray on the brain. Jeff Murray
Second leg,
makes
Charlie to
no
do first. Game on.
mistake. And it is annoying that he does look a little bit like Glenn Murray, the footballer. I think everybody in the northeast
32.
must be fed up with me because I remember saying the same about the Sean Deitch lookalike.
Gary Hayes.
Gary, yeah. And Gary came to
60.
see me at a county match at the end of last year. And when Dorset played up there at Cleveland, and he said, everybody started calling me Deitchy now. It's
57.
just annoying. So really sorry, Gary, if you're watching. But yeah, you've just got a bit of Sean Deitch about you. Now we've got Jeff Murray looking a little bit like Glenn Murray, the former Brighton and
100.
Bournemouth striker.
Not doing too bad in punditry circles these days.
Well, you know, these people that go from sport into commentary, some of them are quite good at it.
Some better than others.
Yeah, loads better, to be honest. But yeah, no, I agree.
140.
Average here, 96.12 for Jeff Murray. You nearly got me doing it.
58.
Got the break chance here. 6 darts on 201.
$105.
Self 96 after 4 visits. Large here.
98. Jeff
Only
Yukar,
try and set
96.
up, but he's on the back foot. back foot on throw. Double top for double
56.
18.
Charlie car 76.
Has left himself on top, so if he gets a go.
Important now that Charlie Large gets himself a double and makes no mistake. With that dart where it is next to the treble 20, that's better for him.
Game shot on
And
the
that is
second leg.
exactly
Charlie
why.
Large.
We can see the problem with the previous leg where that first dart was a little bit too high, and
Third leg, Jeff, to
with
throw
those
first.
big
Game
standard
on.
shape flights, a little bit catchy, he was always going to hit. But that was a good 76 kill from Charlie Large, and that gives you a little more
55.
confidence and puts a little doubt in your opponent, because Jeff Murray had started to boss the game, hadn't he, at that point?
Yeah, level at one apiece.
134.
And if Jeff went off to a 2-0 lead, then you sense it could have been a long way back for the Pompey boy.
I think both will know there is a
83.
table on a computer screen in the players' room, in the practice area, and it shows the running table,
43.
exactly what it's doing and where. These two guys will be fully aware that this is a big game for both.
60.
Could be a big weekend for sport in Portsmouth if Charlie Large can make it through to the final tomorrow. Big game at Fratton
25.
Park tomorrow afternoon as Portsmouth take on Charlton. Portsmouth top of League One at the minute. Jeff Murray here looking to set up.
133.
Another one of them has left himself on the big fish after 12.
$99. Jeff car 170.
6 from here, doesn't have to attack it. Second one just nudges above.
98.
Later the cross, 72 remaining.
$100. Jeff car 72.
It was gagging to be a 140, that one from Charlie Large. Wasn't to be, so Murray now was 72. Another single 16 will leave him double top.
52. Charlie car
Just under.
100.
So Charlie Large. A
60.
half-hearted
Jeff
attempt,
Car
I'd say.
20.
Tops.
And it's beginning to feel quite laboured as far as Charlie Large is concerned. Jeff Murray looking at double 10.
Game shot on the
Finds
third
a double
leg.
10.
Jeff Murray.
And he leads by 2 legs to 1.
Nothing for Charlie Large to panic about just yet.
Fourth leg, Charlie to throw first. Game on.
It's all going with throw at the moment. So probably when he was going for that 100, I think his biggest, highest shot so far
57.
yesterday and today was 84. So if he hit that 100, he would have sent that seal a little bit higher.
41.
It was one of those darts where it was underneath the treble 20 and had to have a half-hearted shot at
140.
that double top, but he didn't look comfortable doing it, did he? It wasn't a time to have a half-hearted. You've got to, once you make that decision to go at it, you have to go full bore at it.
26.
Can't be left caught in two minds up there, can you? Oh, that's dangling. That's like a loose tooth in the board. 2 fairies in
133.
need here.
Like a loose tooth on a Christmas toffee.
It's that time of year. Almost.
60.
I'm just noticing a pattern here with Charlie Large having a very good start with the leg. Jeff Murray hasn't really had anything to come back at him
59.
with. Sort of trailing down by 260 in a bit.
Charlie car 112.
It's been a real off leg for Jeff Murray, and I think he's happy at this point to concede. But it's not like snooker where you can just say the
80.
opponent can have it and you move on to the next frame, because the other guy's still got to hit the winning double. Large cut in the last visit. Murray hit something large, but it's still going to be another 6 on here.
What a great thing that we could
Getting shot on the
introduce as a
fourth
rule.
leg. Charlie Lodge.
Give me leg. Yeah, I'm not going to win this one. You can have this one. How would that change the psychology of the game?
Fifth leg, Jeff.
You may have
first.
come up with something
Game
there,
on.
H. Revolutionary.
And I can imagine that there would be someone that thought, do you know what, I'm actually just going to concede to get in the
100.
other guy's mind.
Yeah, it's your darts. You can have it. We don't even need to start from 501. Can we now make it by leg again? That could happen.
177.
That's probably why it's never actually come up in the rules.
I mean, we'd have an early finish every day.
No, the commentary couldn't decide who was winning. It would have to be down to the player to
87.
concede. We couldn't do that. That wouldn't be fair.
$58.
We've had equal darts in the past.
Yeah, that was the old CRU club rules as well.
59.
7'6" throw. And yeah, equal darts in any competitions. If you travelled away, you had to do it in better darts. So if a guy 17 darted
44.
with the darts and you 17 darted, the leg started again.
Maybe that's an idea for maybe a special themed week here at the Super Series. Equal darts rules.
57.
Equal darts. And you know, another one I'd like to see, and I've seen it played in older leagues, and it actually used to be part of the Blandford and District League in Dorset. The no bust rule.
58.
So if you leave 3, you got double 3 and you hit 3, you can't bust it back. You're left with 3. What a rule that is, and how would that change leagues? And it's one that it's been in the league,
41.
and
Charlie
one of the
O'Connell,
only leagues I've ever heard of
164.
having that rule. It's called the no bust back rule.
Never heard of that before. See, you learn something new every day.
58. Jeff Ducar, 157.
Murray, 157. Find it difficult to bust this. Have one of them.
97.
106 for
Charlie
large
O'Connell,
for the breaking throw in
106.
3-2. And considering the position that Jeff was in for a large portion of this game, this would have been a seismic sea change. Murray
47.
back for 60
Jeff
for
Ducar,
3-2.
60.
Tots for Murray. Now double 10. More missed starts. A double
40.
could come back
Charlie
to cost him
O'Connell,
big time.
59.
Now I want to pick up here. Charlie Large hit a 25 with his last dart to lead this 59, to lead the 2-darter. Sensible board management.
Game shot on the
Because
fifth
it's
leg.
come on
Charlie
and
Lodge.
it's worked in his favour. Wise move from a very young darter.
Six
I
leg
like
Charlie
that.
to
I
third
like that
first.
a lot.
Game on.
It's given him the break. It's given him the chance to throw for the match. The opportunity to move up to
60.
12 points. The opportunity to really assert his authority on the group. Shirts and Banks to come. Kay and Blum to come in this round. Reminder, we
84.
are actually going to be joining viewers on Sporty Stuff TV alongside our transmission here on the Super Series YouTube channel from 2:30. And that's where we're going to be as well tonight from 10 o'clock. The final
96.
tomorrow evening will begin here on the Super Series YouTube channel from 7:30 in the evening before we then go live to viewers on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock.
100.
And if you want to be a part of the Super Series experience, tickets for the whole of Series 6 is available. Scan that QR code, sends you to a website called dartshot.tv.
57.
You can book your tickets for a night at the darts.
Henry's always here for all your ticketing news.
134.
I'm never going to live that down, am I?
No, definitely not at my house, you won't, for sure.
99.
I'll still be going on about that in 15 years' time.
No, because a couple of players last night were screaming ticketing news at me when they saw it on the monitor.
59.
No idea where they got that from. Who would prompt them to do that?
I wonder. Anyway, Murray here, threatening the break back. 124 for a level
97.
game.
Jeff Ducar, 124.
And perhaps what this game would deserve, a last leg decider. He's going to get a dart of the ball to do that.
99.
But he can only find the 25.
Having a good think about this, and Charlie, whatever you do, make a decision and go with it. Don't change halfway through. Oh,
Game,
my
shot, and the match.
word.
Charlie Large.
What a way for 92. The table topper, Charlie Large, really does the business. It's a 4-2 win against somebody who really was going to pressure him for top of the table. The averages mean nothing in this one, but the impressive thing there, the checkout, Charlie Large, 4 from 6 again. But for me, that special dart hitting the 25 when left on 84, won him leg 5 and made him 3-2 up. That was the story of the game for me. Smart move from the young man. We'll be back shortly with Felix Schertz versus Thomas Banks.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Charlie Large continue to exert his dominance of this Group C campaign in getting the better of Jeff Murray by 4 legs to 2. 4 out of 6 on the finishing, an 84 average. He is in full command of proceedings. And so it's up to the likes of Felix Schertz to try and find a way of a post in response. A victory here against Thomas Banks would move him on to 8 points in the group. The Swiss, who is hoping to make it through to finals night on his debut, has had a week of mixed fortunes. A good start on Monday, a couple of wins to his name, followed by a 10-game winless one. Ended okay on Wednesday.
Game on.
And had a steady enough start to Thursday. He's hoping that, like a Craig David single, that there is another day added on. That when he chills on Sunday, he's chilling with 5K.
52.
Like that. Thomas Banks and Felix here. 2-2 for the week on head-to-heads.
140.
And one has to break that cycle.
96.
And we'll go home 3-2 on the week.
45.
Head-to-head, but Thomas in his last game gave himself opportunities but didn't quite
42.
finish them off. He's got to start thinking that I can still get myself the opportunities, and law of averages says you will start taking them.
180.
The best bit about that 180 was the celebration.
99. Thomas Ricard, 136.
Thomas's second of the day in his second game.
96.
Something that was eluding his stats yesterday, a 180. 164 finish, but the 180 was one of the
42.
illusions
Thomas
on his
Ricard,
stats.
40.
Tots are banks after 12. Double 10 isn't found. And so
20.
Shirts comes back for the fish.
Felix Ricard, 170.
Another one of them. Would have left the bullseye, and that would have felt
105.
catastrophic for
Ricard,
Banks.
20.
Double 10 he wants for the first leg against Fro.
Game shot on the first leg.
1-0 it is.
Thomas Banks.
Thomas Banks on the board, 16 darter. He hit a maximum in that last leg, and on the basis of today's play,
Second leg, Thomas to throw first.
that's the
Game
only one
on.
you're going to get. Because every game so far today has featured exactly one maximum.
43.
Great work, mate. That's why you're you.
$96. $134. $58. $140.
Excellent fine following that first start to cram 2 triples in there for Thomas Banks.
$100.
I do like the Felix Shirts throw. It looks very uncomplicated and very straight
81.
up and down. I like that. If you're gonna sort of teach somebody how to throw,
140. Thomas Ricard,
that's the sort of thing
103.
that you want to be doing, pretending their arms on a brush on the elbow, and it just moves from the elbow.
55. Felix Ricard,
Exactly what
107.
Felix does. Treble 19. Treble 20 for double 14, not to be 68. Couple of ways he can go here.
75.
And that's
Thomas
the most
Ricard,
successful
48.
one. Treble 12 to leave 32.
216 to Banks for 2-0.
Game shot on the second
Again,
leg.
another
Thomas
good
Banks.
find, because the way the darts enter the board, it means that sometimes a miss somewhere can just mean that the
Third
line
leg,
could be a
Felix
bit
to throw
awkward
first.
for him,
Game
but
on.
manages to find the double 16 of his last dart in hand. 2-0 Thomas Banks leads, and all poised to
140.
start for Felix, and we'll have a look at the action of Shirts in just a second, but Banks kicking off leg 3 of a max. First game of the day to
57.
feature more than one maximum.
Both of those going to Thomas Banks.
Well, let's have a look
81.
at Felix's throw in a bit more depth and a bit more detail. There it is from a side-on angle.
It's that hinge point from the elbow.
58.
It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down as the arm comes over and through. And Thomas, very similar, but you find with
44.
younger players, where they've been playing from a younger age, their back lifting goes way, way back, because at a smaller age, they've had to propel that dart up higher and find
46.
more power. So you find that younger players, and this will develop, this will go as Thomas gets a bit older, he will stop going quite back so far. You see, he nearly touches his shoulder with the flight on his drawback, and that's all to find the power to reach the board from when you're a kid and when you're a younger age. That's what I see anyway.
90,
From
Thomas
you
Wilcar,
can
16.
sometimes look at a player and go, yeah, you've been playing from a younger age, and that's all set up from what I call the back lift, from where your actual throw starts, the point where your throw starts from. Some people are
No
90-degree
score.
angle
Felix
straight
Wilcar,
up,
110.
and they just push away, and some are right back up at the shoulder. And 9 times out of 10, that's because the player had started as a young boy playing darts.
Felix didn't like the release of the second dart. Didn't feel like he put enough on the
54.
throw there. And so Banks
Thomas
back
Wilcar,
for
16.
double eight again. He blocked the bed last time. No
Game shot of
mistake.
the third
First dart
leg.
this
Thomas
time.
Banks.
Double break accrued. 3-0 he leads. And he's a leg away from his first win of the group. Averaging north of 90.
Fourth
having
leg,
hit
Thomas
3
to third
maximums.
first. Game on.
3 from 10 when it's come to the finishing. And in terms of what it would do for this group, it would really derail Felix Schertz's chances. And would open up
100.
the door. Nico Bloom in the next match. If he beats Keelan Kay, he has got it all in his own hands. And as far as Charlie Large is concerned, well, he's laughing all the way to the
95.
proverbial bank. Because of Banks.
57.
Yeah, indeed. And this is more like we expect to see from Thomas.
97. $58.
Felix, this is a difficult game mentally. He's playing the guy that's bottom of the group and chasing all the points he can get to
139.
get himself back into the fray. For him, Thomas to turn up and start
85.
playing how
Felix
we know he
Wilcar,
can play
170.
is not a good moment for Schertz.
We'll never know where he would have gone for the bull or not, but in terms
135.
of setting up, he is going to get a couple of darts at double in his next turn.
104. Felix Wilcar,
This would be for a
35.
break as well. So suddenly the game could change on a pinhead, but he needs to find double 16. That's not the first time he's thrown this sort of phantom dart, Felix.
3. Thomas Wilcar, 97.
Us experts call it the ghost dart. And it's just trying to find the line and trying to work out what he did wrong.
37.
Thomas
Felix
having all
Wilcar,
the confidence in the
32.
world again. Now he's 3-0 up and he's starting to go for double 19 to leave double top.
So Grimace in the background. But he might get another go. This is a big dart for Felix. Needs to find the double 4. And Banks has gone back to the drinks table.
24. Thomas
Because
Wilcar,
he
60.
felt that wasn't going to go. And he now has a chance to win the match. 2 darts at tops. Now double 10. It's
Game
found
shot
for
on the
Thomas
match,
Banks,
Thomas
and it's a
Banks.
4-0 victory, and it's a sigh of relief as he gets his first win of the group. A real sporting acknowledgement by his opponent, Felix Schertz, and Banks is on the board with a 4-0 win. An average of 84.5, 3 maximums in there, 4 out of 12 on the finishing. Banks on the board. He beats Felix Schertz 4-0, and that means the game between Kay and Bloom has that added bit of importance.
Hi there, a very warm welcome to viewers on Sporty Stuff TV to the MODUS Super Series, where we've had 5 fixtures played on Friday in Group C, and here is what's happened so far. Charlie Large carrying on where he left off yesterday, won 4 out of 5. He's won his first 2 today, including a significant win against Jeff Murray, who won his first game against Keelan Kay. Nico Bloom got victory against Thomas Banks, but he's just bounced back with a 4-0 victory over Felix Schertz. The next game, pretty significant in the race to reach the top 2. Charlie Large looks like he might just be a win away, but Keelan Kay and Nico Bloom doing battle now. Bloom currently in second place, looking to stay there, and guiding you through the action today, it's Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good afternoon, everyone. Joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the action here from the MODUS Super Series. And you've joined us at a pivotal point, as Chris rightly explains. Keelan Kay and Nico Bloom in action here, and this is a big match. The 21-year-old from Plymouth New Saints may have to get victory against the 22-year-old from Cologne. If Bloom wins this one, he puts himself 4 points clear with just 6 left to play for. Charlie Large would effectively be on match point himself in terms of progressing through. And so it's all about this man who's got off to a fast start, a perfect start. Perfect time to bring in Scott Mitchell. Hello, Scott.
Oh, welcome.
93.
Oh, welcome to me. Yes, what a start there from Keelan Kay. I think he knows he probably needs 3 from this last 4. Stand any hope
140
of going through in second place. And the best way to do that is to kind of dethrone Nico here. Go level on points with him. It's in his hands. It's in his hands. It's not out of his hands. He's not looking at mathematical things just yet. But he needs to start performing.
134, Keelan 81.
Go Bloom, although Keelan Kay 81 after 9, not too shabby.
Game show on the
Fines
first leg.
double 13 for a 12-dart leg to start. We said that this was a pivotal match for the Lord of the Board, and he has got off to the perfect start. He would have felt potentially the opportunity passed him by against Glenn Murray in that first game. 4-2 win for Keelan.
123. $99.
5 and 6 in the finishing, but it was the scoring that let Keelan down in that one. Bloom Max.
140.
No, 140 for him.
$96.
Blum was very quick to respond to that opening 12 darter on his first 2 visits.
94.
Keelan Kay. Keelan will start down the bottom and go back up the top.
139.
Tidily done to leave 167.
The way Keelan's playing, you would not put it against him.
42.
See this go. We haven't actually seen a ton topper so far today in this group. And we're not going to see one on this occasion. Bloom back for 102, then to level up, and this 60. Is the whole throw.
102.
Blum. I thought he might have gone ball 32 there, 54. Being a ball, you know, self-confessed button liker on the board. Treble 19. 72. Maybe go up to treble 12. No, 95. Treble 20 it was.
Nico Carr 48.
Left himself handy. Single for Blum. Double now needed.
24. Killing your car.
And doesn't
12.
go. And so Keenan K comes back, looking at double six. And nudge it across. Oh no, Madhouse.
Game shot on
Well
the second
recovered.
leg. Keelan
Well
Kay.
recovered to break and lead 2-0.
Superbly recovered. Now, I criticised a
Looked like
little
Keelan
yesterday,
to throw
Keelan
first.
K,
Game
about
on.
slowing down on the double. And in that instance, it was the right thing to do where the target was constantly changing.
59.
So it worked for him on that instance. So now I can see why maybe he did it an instance yesterday.
And perhaps for those who may be
16.
starting out, maybe trying to improve their game, maybe at a level where they feel like they're on the cusp of here, but maybe one or two things stop them from doing so. When you say and talk about the pause,
45.
when do you think's the right time and the wrong time? Or is it just what maybe at times feels natural to you?
I think it's about what feels natural to you in the moment.
60.
I think in that situation with Keelan there, where he'd gone for the double 60 to hit the 10, yeah, it was time to pause. You were changing. Let's go
60.
and do it. But when you're, say, going for double 10 and you got one close, another one close, then to pause, you're probably not giving yourself the best chance to go back at the same target.
100.
You limit your odds, so to speak, I feel. That's just my personal opinion. Others would watch Rob Cross and go,
60.
Scott doesn't know what he's talking about. But I wouldn't say that with Rob Cross because that's not his way.
Always exceptions to rules, isn't there?
57.
And rules are always there to be broken.
Oh, yes, they are. Just ask a bad man like myself.
The man that the
95.
riskiest thing he does is walks around with his shoelaces undone. Yep, you big bad boy, you. I will keep mentioning it.
100.
They don't call me disobedience deacon for nothing.
60. Nico Carr 124.
124 for Nico Bloom for the breaker throw and to put it back to 2-1. Triple 18. Would have given him a dart at the
56.
bullseye.
Nico Carr 122.
May well end up on that particular detonation himself on 122. Can't now. So Bloom
42.
for the break back. This
Nico
would be
Carr 68.
to keep himself in touch.
Game shot on the third leg. Nico Bloom.
Breaker throw for Nico Bloom.
Fourth leg Nico to throw first. Game on.
Went in 20 darts, did that leg, so feeling the way that he'd been throwing, would be disappointed for allowing him to get darts down on a leg that long without getting something at
45.
one himself. You can see what it's done to Nico Bloom. You win a 20 dart leg, and all of a sudden, you're back winning.
140.
He's gone 180, 140 on his own throw now, giving him a huge bag of confidence.
Well, he's pushed his average up to 94.25, and you may remember the miraculous start that Keenan K made to this game, and suddenly the match may well be seesawing
57.
here. He may get 6 on 124. You'd expect him to get 6 on 124, and he is going to.
85. Nico Carr 124.
It doesn't have to chase the bullseye, but this is Nico Bloom we're talking about. It's double 11.
102.
Doesn't quite go this time, but he is going to come back.
91. Nico Carr 22.
Covers with the last start.
Game
now
shot
we
on
are
the
back
fourth
at
leg.
2-2.
Nico Bloom.
Keenan once again will fill opportunities past him
Fifth
by.
leg Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that was a super leg. Although it went eventually in 15 darts, it was a great start from Nico.
55.
180, 140. Once again, Keelan now finding that problematic dart underneath the treble 20.
41.
With his first dart causing him all sorts of problems. So he's got away with it, though, on this occasion. And that's the better dart. Oh, much better. You see the difference when the dart's in the right place. And we're all victims of it, and we're all guilty of it. It's not just an individual
100.
thing for Keelan. Every dart player is more than guilty of it. And when it happens, and the more it happens, it starts to demoralise you
29.
more. It starts to affect your head more. You start thinking, oh, got to make sure consciously that this one is above the treble 20. And you still drag it down because you don't then quite throw it hard enough because
100.
you're trying to make sure and be a put safe dart in there.
45.
Reminder, the other players in this group, if you have just joined us on Sporty Stuff TV, Thomas Banks, Jeff Murray, Charlie Large,
95.
and Felix Schertz, the Swiss player. Now, this is the final game of the second round of fixtures. This is how things will operate. We'll have another 3 rounds of fixtures after this to determine the top 2 players that will make it through
44.
to tomorrow night's final. And we're at a pivotal point in this 5th leg. Both players at set-up turns, but Blum has
95.
taken the darts here in this leg. He leaves himself on 70. And Kay, well, he needs to find at least a treble to try and apply some pressure.
94. Nico
Finds a
Car,
treble last
70.
dart. Tops
30.
kisses the
Nico
wire.
Car, 94.
Big moments in a holder throw. 19. Got greedy and went for the treble. Big 19 there to give himself a dart at the ball.
54. Nico
Was the
Car,
play.
40.
Now he's just hoping. And Nico Blom missed.
20.
And what he hoped
Gillian
for,
Car,
he got.
40.
Time to fill your boots. Tense moment.
Tots, okay, another kit. Oh my goodness. He's had 3 darts at Tots and they've all bent the wire.
20. Nico Yukar, 20.
That last one was always going to go underneath.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Nico Blum.
Nico dodges a bullet.
Blum sets in, he leads 3-2.
6th leg, Nico.
And a
the
Nico
third
win would
first.
do this
Game
to the
on.
table. Charlie Large would go top on 12, would stay top. Nico Blum would be put on to 10. Jeff Murray,
140.
Keelan Kay, and Felix Schertz would all be on 6 points. And so you could sense that if Nico wins this game,
99.
the finishing line for both him and Charlie Large will be in sight.
Yeah, big swing and momentum in the
140.
table. The next few moments.
100.
Large would be 6 clear with 6 left to play for. So that means any victory at any point would be good enough for him to go through.
100.
Nico Blum would be within a couple.
73. Nico Car, 121.
And now has 6 for the match from 121. Number 13 was the go with the second dart after hitting the bullseye with the
81.
first. Has left tops up to 12 for the match, and Keelan Kay can't do anything by way of response. Big moments in this
99. Nico
match.
Car, 40.
Big moments in this group. Blum wants tops. And now double 10 to put him on to 10 points.
30.
The match darts are come and gone.
130.
As he fluffed his lines, 130 will be a big, big ask.
And too
58.
big of one in
Nico
the end.
Car, 10.
And so double 5 for Nico Blum. For victory number
shot on the match,
5.
Nico Blum.
That puts him on to 10 points. He gets the better of Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 2, who may well have seen his chances of going through to tomorrow night's final begin to evaporate. It's all business-like for Nico. A little bit of a celebration there as he departed the stage, but he knows it's all business-like now. An average of 85.44 and 25% on the doubles, the difference in that one. So he gets the better of Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 2. That's the end of round 2 for the day. Coming up after the break is Thomas Banks, it's Jeff Murray, and Murray, you feel, needs a win.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. 6 games down now then in the final day of Group C action on week 1 of Modus Super Series 6. And here's what's happened so far. The results from the day. Charlie Large getting a couple of wins. Nico Bloom getting a couple of wins as well. And that means that pair are well on their way to trying to get through to finals. Now, the top 2 go through in this group. And here is how the table looks. Charlie Large on 12 points, actually now officially 1 win away. Nico Bloom a couple of wins away. 14 points will definitely be enough. And that means if you look at those players on 6th, any defeat is as good as fatal for their hopes. Thomas Banks got off the mark in his last match. He beat Felix Schertz 4-0. He's back in action here against Jeff Murray, who simply has to win to keep his hopes alive. So I will hand you back to our commentary team. Scott Mitchell is alongside Henry Deacon.
Indeed he is. Thank you very much, Chris. And so here we go into round 3 of our day. And it is must-win territory. You sense for all those players on 6 points, Murray, Kay and Schertz. It's Jeff first out to bat against Thomas Banks, who picked up his first victory of the group last time out. And a 4-0 win at that. Against Felix Schertz, an average of 84.5. He hit 3 maximums in that match. The only player to hit more than 1 max in a match so far today.
Game on.
And now the confidence is flowing. Maybe the darts will begin to flow a bit more as well.
46.
Yeah, and he has a chance to be the proverbial headache to those in and around him in the group.
$60.
Well, the odds compilers have Jeff off as a very heavy 2-5 favourite. But if you like what you saw from Thomas Banks in the last game, then he represents very good value as the 7-4 outsider in a 2-horse race.
118.
It is 18 plus, and begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Modus Super Series this afternoon and tonight.
140.
Yes, obviously the corresponding fixture yesterday. Jeff Murray win this one 4-zip, and
140.
He'll be looking for some more of that today because leg difference could come into things here.
65.
You're going to want a plus difference rather than a negative difference.
$159.
Well, that's excellent set-up play to leave double 12 after 12. He's done that a few times today, Jeff Murray. Thomas Banks here is looking at double 18 for 110 finish. And it's the first ton-topping finish of the day for Thomas Banks. In fact, in the whole group, 1-0 he leads.
Second leg, Jeff, you throw first. Game on.
Yeah, tidy finish. One of those. Look at the smile on his face now.
There's no doubt that he's going to put himself in the mix of either a direct invitation or an ADC qualification back into this competition.
44.
Yeah, agreed. And he'll learn a lot from this week. Well, Thomas.
85.
It's different to anything you'll ever play anywhere else. Knockout tournaments, you
30.
continue if you win.
133.
If you win, you are confident. So when you have to come back after losing games, the most similar thing to do if you're playing locally within your
93.
leagues to this, or, you know, weekend tournaments, is those round robin tournaments where you get a few games in a group.
96. Jeff Ducal, 40.
That's the most similar to this that you will get here at MODUS Super Series.
Double 10 for Jeff Murray to level up at 1-1.
20.
Couldn't use that dart there as a guide, but he is going to come back with Banks on 226.
45. Jeff Ducal, 20.
Well, if he stayed there, if he found a single, he would have left himself on a bogey. Any which way, Murray's got another couple of cracks at this, and so there's no need for desperation.
Game
but he
shot on
finds
the
it
second
last
leg.
time
Jeff
hand of that
Murray.
visit, 1-1.
I think Thomas was aware as the third dart was about to leave his
Third leg,
hand,
Thomas
which is
is
why
there
he hit a
first.
5.
Game on.
I think he was beyond the point of no return before he realised with the third dart.
99.
Well, our referee this afternoon, for those joining us
43.
on Sporty Stuff TV, is a legendary figure in the sport, Paul Hinks, referee of 4 World Championship finals in his time.
56.
Last of which back in 2021 when Goin Price picked up the title against Gary Anderson.
140.
There he is. It's not even a joke, Scott. His hotel room number
45.
this week is 127.
I know, it's fate, isn't it? It's absolute fate. And if you were a hotelier and you saw his name come
60.
in, you would put him in 127, even if you only had 27 rooms, and you'd go and put a 1 in front of the 27, wouldn't you?
60. $45.
Worst one I ever had in terms of hotel room numbers was when we went on a
100.
family holiday abroad and we were put in room number 1976, which was the year that the football team I support's biggest rival won the FA Cup.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
64.
that was your bank
Thomas
card
Ducal,
number.
141.
Wow, unfortunate as that. Your PIN code. I'd have been rummaging through your pockets when you left.
Don't need my PIN code, just
36.
use contactless,
Jeff Ducal,
Scott.
149.
Oh, yeah, I'm not very good at technology, am I? Never mind, 8.
68.
Back
Thomas
here,
Ducal,
105 for
105.
a 2-1 lead. And bullseye first. And so that means double 10.
Game shot on
And
the
that's a
third leg.
superb
Thomas
take
Banks.
for Thomas Banks. We hadn't seen a Tom Plus checkout before this game began. We've now seen 2 from Thomas to win his
Ball fake,
first
Jeff
2
to serve
legs.
first. Game on.
Far more relaxed Thomas Banks we're seeing here.
45.
Let's not forget, Jeff Murray's under a certain amount
82.
of pressure here to try and stay in touch with the top 2 in the table currently.
134. $58. $140.
40 there for Murray. Looks like we may be bringing ourselves back to 2-2.
140.
The Desmond scoreline, but Banks keeps pace. There's actually 1 or 2 people that feel like the word Desmond's one of the most overused words in
60.
darts.
$100. Jeff, your car 122.
And now the ball.
97.
Not
Thomas,
to
your
be,
car
and so Banks.
121.
Well, this would be for a third-ton topper of the match if he could take out the 121. And he can find it if he gets a double
Game shown on the
14.
fourth leg. Thomas
This
Banks.
is an exhibition of finishing from Thomas Banks. 3 legs won, 3-ton plus checkouts.
Fifth leg, Thomas
And he's
is
blowing
third
Jeff
first.
Murray away here.
Game on.
And Jeff Murray's going, why is he now turned up against me? Where's your luck? That's what you start feeling when it's happening to you.
Only Graham Usher has won all 4 legs in this competition format with ton plus finishes. That was back in
92.
July 2022 at the Champion of Champions event. That featured a 161 and a 9 darter, but, well, not sure what happened there, but it definitely didn't release the hand release from the hand properly. Nearly took one of the light bulbs out.
I'm not sure what happened quite there.
59.
If only we had a replay camera, we could have seen what happened there.
Need some VAR.
45.
No, actually, maybe not VAR, not after the last couple of days.
No, absolutely not.
134.
Who needs VAR when you've got a legend like Paul Hinks on the stage?
96. $60. 41. Jeff, your car 156.
Bag of nails there from Thomas Banks.
$60. Thomas, your car 157.
Could Banks do another ton plus? Oh, not to be on this occasion.
133. Jeff,
What
your
a
car
fine
96.
setup and nice work with the short irons going to the green.
Well, Thomas Banks did this in Group A where he was stopping people from going through, and he might
60.
well be doing it in
Thomas,
Group
your car
C.
24.
He's already accounted for Felix Schertz. And this double 6 and double 3 could have
18.
made pay for
Jeff, your
Jeff
car
Murray, but
36.
match darts have come and gone, 3 of them.
Game shot on the
He
fifth
threw
leg.
those slightly
Jeff Murray.
differently, didn't he? It was a very lethargic type throw more than a positive throw. It was a going through the motions 3
Six leg,
darts.
Jeff,
Oh,
you
this
throw
is just going to
first.
drop
Game
in.
on.
Doesn't work that way, Thomas, and you know that. Got to tell that dart exactly where it's going. It will not find its own route. You have to show it.
41.
But dry start for Murray has opened up the door for Banks against the darts.
40.
But he can't take or make advantage of that.
$140.
His first max of the match, if he could have found it there, would have been the first max of the match. We've seen 10 scores of 140 or more.
$60. $58.
That was eluding Thomas Banks on that visit.
100.
Nice, tidy last start from Jeff Murray sees him down to a shot first.
99. Jeff Lucan 160.
Perhaps it'd be typical if Jeff Murray gave Thomas Banks a taste of his own medicine. Not going to find the 160, but Banks has taken out a 164 in this group. He did so in a 4-3 defeat to Keenan Kay yesterday. This would be to win the match. But it just snags below that treble bed first dart, and so Murray
60.
comes
Jeff
back
Lucan,
to
80.
send us all the way to a last leg decider. Tops.
Game show on the
Bound.
6th leg.
3-3 it is. We go all the way.
Seventh and final leg, Thomas to throw
Big
first.
leg in the context of this group. If Murray wins it, he stays in touch with Nico Bloom on 10 points. If he loses it, then he's in a world of trouble. And Thomas Banks has kicked off with 2 trebles on his first turn with throw.
Yeah, good recovery after a bad first start there from Banks.
100.
Responded with 2 big trebles.
58.
Once again, vital moments, like with Keelan Kay earlier. He's under that treble and blocking the target. No such problem for Jeff Murray.
180.
What a time to find your first max of the match. It could be the straw
59.
that breaks the Banks' back. The Bulldog may well be sent back to its kennel.
60.
With its tail between its legs.
41.
And
Jeff
now
Lucan,
it's all
161.
starting to unravel for young Thomas Banks. And Jeff Murray is putting his foot well and truly on the gas.
85.
Going through the gears and has left himself 76 after 12 against the darts for the match. Banks needs to find another one, does find another one. And so it's a case of who blinks first. Murray 76. He's going to get 2 darts in hand, a double 8. Double 4. Doesn't
68.
go.
Thomas
And so
Lucan,
Banks
84.
is back for 84 to win the match. It may only be a go at a bull. It's not even going to be that. He slipped the other side. He chased the treble and it's moved into the 11s. So 31 left.
68. Jeff Lucan, 8.
And Jeff Murray comes back now for double 4 to put himself onto 8 points.
Game shot on the match.
And
Jeff
8 points it will be for Jeff Murray. He had to survive a real scare there from Thomas Banks, who looked as if he was going to get the game one himself. But Jeff Murray keeps himself in the equation. He keeps himself in the mix. A 4-3 victory against Thomas Banks with an average of 85.13 and 33% when it came to the finishing. Thomas Banks' 3 legs were all won with ton plus checkouts, the highest of which are 121. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, Charlie Large can seal his qualification through to the final on Saturday evening and can probably stop Keelan Kay from getting there when we return after this short break.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and for Charlie Large, the task is quite simple. Win and he is in to tomorrow night's final. He takes on Keelan Kay, who may well feel as if he's on his last life as far as qualification through to tomorrow evening's finale. is concerned. And the young man from Portsmouth, who hasn't been to a Saturday night setup before, he hasn't played in front of a crowd at the Live Lounge in the past, but he could well be
Charlie to throw first.
a matter of legs away from tasting that experience for the very first time. Has the darts against Keelan Kay. This could well be a perennial moment for the young man.
57.
Yeah, and the fear for Keelan Kay here is corresponding fixture yesterday. He lost it.
140.
It was one of his 2 losses yesterday. Yet to get off the mark today, which is causing him the problems that he's in. And now it,
57.
you have to say it's really a must-win game against the table topper. And the man with all the confidence, Charlie Large.
Max for Kay. Now, I was going to say before that visit, what's a 10 to 11 on Charlie, a large price? And then Keelan Kay decides to kick off 140, 180.
53.
But he came out the gates well in his last match against Nico Blum,
100.
and then it unravelled a little bit.
Yes, it did. He'll be hoping he learnt from that lesson.
95. Killing your car, 81.
Well, it's been a good start. Doesn't have to chase the ball.
41.
So we'll come back for tops after 12 upon his return.
$57. Killing your car, 40.
He's got all the time he needs. Tops has not been kind to him today.
30.
Double 10 has been similarly unkind.
$56. Killing your car, 10.
Needs it now more than anything, just to settle himself down. He's just 3 darts at double after a good scoring phase. And what he doesn't want this to be is a similar tale to the previous match. But Kay gets there in the end. He gets the break. He shakes his head as he walks back down the oche to tell Charlie, I've just broken you, sir. And he knows it's an uncharacteristically slow start.
100. $140. $85. $140.
Yeah, good darts from Charlie Large. 2 140s.
60.
That's what you need against the throw. Just dropped your own throw.
57. $85. Charlie O'Carr, 164.
So Large has got 6 starts for the break in this leg. There's been nothing by way of power throw in this match.
100.
Anything, the throw's been academic. I mean, 16's corridor.
66. Charlie O'Carr, 64.
Kay can only apply minimal pressure. Another one of them. Gives himself a dart of the requisite double, which he finds first dart. It's the break back for Charlie Large, and level we are at 1 apiece.
And yeah, his finishes have been the secret of the game for the last couple of days. For Charlie Large, or others have floundered. He's either stepped in or not given them a chance to flounder because he's already out.
$24.
Well, now Charlie is in full command of this third leg after that slow start for Keelan.
93.
Charlie Large, as we mentioned at the beginning of this match, will go through for victory in this game. But importantly as well, would put Nico Blum in a
59.
stupendous position himself.
Well, Charlie Large will be dealing with one of Nico's challengers should he win this game.
140.
While Nico's back in the practice room, watching the action.
140. Channel car 134.
Well, the thing is, for Charlie and Nico, usually we're in the
58.
The Anorak's book of how to get through, but this week actually it's quite simple. Charlie just needs to win one game, and
95.
Nico needs
Charlie
to win two.
76.
That sounds simple on paper, but we know that's easier said than done. It's tops.
56.
Drag below.
He will return with K back on 183.
140. Channel car 20.
Well, 10 is a shot.
Game
Double
shot
10 is the target
Charlie
found.
Large.
2 on Charlie Large. He's halfway to tomorrow night.
Fourth-way Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Get the sense that Keelan Kay's in this position that probably a lot of people of his generation, I still say it even though he's the age of 21, but in his age, his era of youth darts are in. 2024 is going to be a real crossroads year in terms of the trajectory of where their career goes.
Yeah, I agree with that. These moments and these types of moments, you've got to learn to try to own them rather than let the moments own you.
100.
Charlie, he's had to have his battles as well, because I suppose when you get to something like a Youth World Final, and being from Portsmouth, there was a lot of press attention about
140.
You then build a name, you build a reputation, and sometimes you feel you've got to live up to that when you come
85.
to arenas
Charlie
like this.
car 124.
Yeah, that can be the case, and that's just you putting pressure on you, which is something you should try and avoid at all costs. But we've all done it.
63.
It's part of the game and
Charlie
part of
car
dealing with the game,
95.
and those that deal with it the best are the ones at the top of the tree.
Well, that was a perfect bullseye. Is this going to be a perfect
55.
tops?
Charlie car 61.
To be on this occasion, and so Large for the break, 161. 25 for 36. A double 9.
52.
Oh, he's pulled that
Charlie
inside.
car 40.
You could tell by the reaction, he knew as soon as it released the hand that wasn't good. Again, a miss below on tops.
30.
And now inside on
Charlie
10s.
car 9.
And you may well see his hopes begin to evaporate away. He may begin to eat away at him as Large hits double 4. 3-1 Large leads at the break.
Yeah, Kay would be more worried if he wasn't giving himself the chances,
This way,
but
Charlie to
ultimately,
throw first. Game on.
when you give yourself the chances, you expect to hit them. It's not happening for Kay today. They're not bad throwing
100.
darts. It's just not dropping in today.
$81.
Don't forget, this is one of
37.
2 sessions here at the Super Series today. We're going to be back tonight from 10 p.m. for Group B action. Jared Cole currently leads the way on 8 points from Harry Ward in second spot on 6. It's a fairly uniform table because Borland's on 4, Grundy's on 2, and Danny Smith's without a victory.
81.
And Danny Smith, who played some excellent stuff yesterday. We'll talk more about that as the afternoon develops, because
59.
Large here is on the cusp of qualification. He only needs a win in this match to go through, and he's 283 points away from rubber stamping his spot
137.
into tomorrow night's finale. He leads 146 after 12. This would be some way to seal the job.
53. Charlie
And he's
O'Carr
going to get 6 darts.
146.
Another one of them. Would have left double 16 to have qualified in style.
88.
Large. Just sat there on 58
59.
now.
Charlie
Keelan
O'Connor,
Kay, no
58.
real pressure. Will be big 18 and double top. Qualification. Qualification on this one.
Game shot
and there
and
it
a
is.
match.
It's a win for Charlie Large. He's come here this morning, done exactly what he needed to do. He now knows, you can see the smile on his face. It's not about the averages, although fair to middling game there. An 83 average and 81 for Keelan Kay. Keelan Kay's problem there, 1 from 10, but Charlie Large, no such problem, 4 from 9 on the checkouts. We head into a short break and we will come back with Nico Blum versus Felix Schertz.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first man through has been confirmed in Group C. Charlie Large is into Saturday night's final, having got the better of Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 1. The 14 points to his name is now enough to go through. 14 points is enough for anybody to go through. Nico Blum now could find himself on the cusp of qualification. He only needs 2 wins now to secure his place through. That will rubber stamp it. He may not need that. If he gets the better of Felix Schertz here, he moves on to 12 points after 8 rounds of matches. His next closest competitor would be
Game on.
Jeff Murray, of whom he faces in the next round of fixtures. Maximum for Blum to kickstart the match. Theoretically, he could well only be 1 win away.
Yeah, by this point in proceedings, he must know now
140.
Exactly what he needs.
$93.
The odds compilers have Nico out as the 4-7 favourite. Felix Schertz, the outsider, at 5-4. Nico getting off to the stronger start of the 2 here.
58.
Nico leaving the big fish.
43. Nico Car 170.
We're way back on 276. Wouldn't even need to have to take the bull on. Should it have gone in the treble?
58.
Two blockades there, but manages to somehow find one the last. Like it's going to help him in terms of finding a finish. Blum here, 112. Going to be a dart at tops.
Game shot on the
superbly
first
found, 1-0. And he's thinking, there we go. Finally, I have a big finish to shout about.
Second leg, Felix to throw first. Game on.
There has been a day of trials and tribulations on the doubles as far as Nico is concerned. Yes, he's got the points on the board, but in his previous matches,
60.
he was 4 from 14 and 4 from 16 on the doubles.
51. 58. 36.
But also with Nico, because he hasn't been around this type of environment for a while, when you get into a position where you could be on the cusp of doing something,
59.
can the brain perhaps whirl a bit more because it's an alien experience because it hasn't happened for a while?
60.
Yeah, maybe. It'll be a fresh experience again, and he probably wouldn't have expected too much of himself coming into this week. And to make the Saturday be a dream come through on his
140.
return to the top end of the game, or to the TV part of the game, let's say, TV part of his game.
96.
Schertz is first to finish on throwing this leg, but with a couple of trebles, Nico would
96.
make himself
Finish your car
favourite.
170.
A fish for Felix. Nope, he's not going to be the cat that got the cream.
96. Nico, your car 118.
But as Nico got his number, 118 was not what he was going to call.
41. Felix, your car 74.
On your age there, mate. Not seen that advert for a while. 118. That's bullseye for Schertz.
42.
Lovely layup.
Nico, your car 77.
Risky hitting the 18 that close to the ball, but fair play.
Oh, no.
Game shot on the second leg. Nico Bloom.
Oh, that's a little bit cheeky, but that's what we've come to expect from Nico Bloom. He loves the bullseye. He gets the bullseye.
So
2-0.
Nico to throw first. Game on.
8 bullseye. Would you Adam and Eve it?
59.
Flamboyancy of this young man. We should only need to look at his shirt to know that he's got a little bit of that about him.
$140.
Do you know what worries me? Is if he goes through with a game to spare, what on earth he could possibly do.
123.
Lovely side on angle
56.
there with that visit from Felix.
Yeah, nice side on.
100.
Bought Felix all the luck to hit a treble one.
93. 90.
We
Nico,
do
your car
jest, but what a great
153.
job the backroom team do here to bring you the action.
58.
Our
Felix, your car
purpose-built
92.
auditorium studio for this, our beloved game of darts, first of its type.
This is double 16 for breaking 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg.
For Felix
Salter.
Schertz. There's still life in the Swiss yet.
Fourth leg, Felix to
He
third
may
first.
have gone slightly
Game on.
off-piste in the last couple of games, but he may well find himself back on the slopes.
42. 60.
Max for Schertz, I tell you what, he put some shoulder into that last dart, didn't he?
But he also landed him on a pinhead. What a perfect 3 darts to throw.
100.
180s don't come better than that.
95.
That's the second time. The last overthrow, he's put a lot of shoulder in there. First time, okay, we can jest, but we're just going to continue watching that, 'cause that could be a theme as Bloom hits the max. First to a finish.
I'm not so sure whether it's shoulder. I think he goes with it with the last dart. I think it's the whole body goes
100.
led by the shoulder.
Nico Car 161.
The bullseye again.
120. Felix Ricard 84.
Seems like Nico can't hit the bullseye without hitting a single 8 before it. And that wasn't available on that shot. Double 11 now.
73.
Once again,
Nico Car
not to
41.
be for Felix, but
Double 16 now, double 8 for the break.
Game shot on the
Down for the
fourth
break,
flag.
and you
Nico
can
Bloom.
hear what Flower Power thought of that. You can see what that means to him.
This flag
He
Nico
did
to
this
throw
at times
first.
yesterday
Game
at
on.
crucial points where he just tried to give himself a bit of a G up. Could be giving himself a leg up. If he can win one more leg,
59.
he would be on the cusp. Be on the periphery.
$41.
After this, Charlie Large could begin his victory parade against
58.
Thomas Banks. Battle of two young guns there. Combined age of 35. That match.
45.
you bring me back into this again with the World Seniors and all that. Cheers for that.
There's a lot about the Super Series where
140.
a 16-year-old two-time champion gives a trophy over to a man who lost in a World Seniors TV final this year.
66.
Jim McEwen.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
100.
Well, that has just wrangled its way in.
177.
And that's a 177.
Nico Car 144.
It doesn't even want to finish, but it just keeps it tapping on the shoulder of Nico Bloom, who has 144 to win the match. Sets up.
96.
For 48 upon his return.
$100. Nico Car
Ton needs
48.
on 72. For this to put Bloom on the hill. Double 16.
Game show
And
in the
Nico
match. Nico
Bloom is a win away now from qualification through to tomorrow night's final. He gets the better of Felix Schurz by 4 legs to 1. And so Bloom and Murray is the big game coming up, and a bit of an explosive celebration from Flower Power. He topples Felix Schurz by 4 legs to 1. He puts himself on the cusp now, on the brink, and if he beats Jeff Murray in a couple of matches' time, he is through to tomorrow night's final. But we're going to take a break from that action when we come back, because Charlie Large and Thomas Banks are going to be entertaining us up on the hockey.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Mitchell has joined me for a little chat about what's happened so far. And Scott, if we take a look at the results, they have gone the way of the top two, who look like, well, Charlie Large has already qualified, and Nico Bloom, after that 4-1 win against Felix Schertz, is as good as there as well.
Yeah, we spoke, Charlie Large and I, and we said, you know, he just got to go and win those first two games and see where that left him. It was going to dictate where the games went around him. But I said you don't want to be leaving that to chance. You want to be doing that, taking it in hand yourself, and that's exactly what he's done. The young man has shown a lot of maturity in the last 2 days.
Yeah, we're just seeing him crossing the line in the match, and it's looked convincing, hasn't it? There was part of me, I'll be honest, who thought it's a bit of pressure playing in Portsmouth, knowing that his friends and family could come and watch him on a Saturday, and having been here before and not made it, this has been really impressive and really dominant.
And it could basically be a turning point in this young man's career and in confidence, because if you can come here and play on this stage in a TV type atmosphere, then you can play anywhere.
Yeah, and this is the moment that he made it through. Another convincing win, this time 4-1 against Keelan Kay. Look, he's only lost one match, and you said, you know, turn up, win your first two. He's done even better than that. He's won his first three.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's happy days for him now. You know, he can relax and enjoy the last two games and sleep well tonight. Looking forward to a Saturday night appearance here.
Other than Charlie, the rest of the pack, we were waiting to see who would emerge, who would really make that second place their own, and there's no doubt about who's done that. Nico Bloom stepped up today. Yeah, he did. I mean, Jeff Murray had a chance, but he had tough games to start the day. He'll look back on this group campaign and say it probably got away from him in the first couple of games yesterday, where he didn't quite hit the ground running. But as for Nico, he has just done what he's needed to do again, just this really winning run. And he's entertained us again as well, hasn't he, Nico Bloom? We've seen him leaving that bullseye in an unorthodox ways yet again. Yeah, but the great thing there was he didn't leave our camera crew behind, did he? We just about got it. They knew what was coming. And fair play to the guys in the engine room. Good catch of the bullseye there. Yeah, and I asked him yesterday, you know, his favourite double is the bull. He's going to do that. I imagine him doing that on a Saturday night. Now, the crowd are going to love that, aren't they? Possibly, unless he does it against Charlie Large. So they will obviously have a few in for him on Saturday. So, yeah, he looks at... you only got to look at his shirt to know that he's a bit of an entertainer. He likes to be a little bit different than the rest. And, look, he's enjoying his time here at the Super Series, and that's what we want for all the players, because then they start to play their better games. Absolutely right. I'm just going to talk you through the table to put you in the picture of what could still happen. Now, Nico Bloom in second place. The only player that can catch him is Jeff Murray in third. They play in a couple of games' time. But if Nico Bloom gets 2 legs in that match, that would be enough. Murray wouldn't be able to catch him, even if he won 4-0. And Nico Bloom lost 4-0 if he won the match 4-2. So Bloom, you'd have to say, has more than a foot in finals night. Well, effectively, Bloom needs a couple of legs in the next 2 games, doesn't he? He can get one there and one somewhere else. And the way that he's been playing today, you would imagine he'd get those 2 legs pretty comfortably against Jeff Murray. So, yeah, that's this week, and we're going to talk about next week now, Scott. There's a particular reason for it, because a certain Scott Mitchell is in the lineup for next week. You're here all week in Group A. Dom Taylor and Andy Bolton, 2 players who've been doing really good stuff on the Challenge Tour. Anton Ersland, who won. It's a tough group for you to be in, but I've got a feeling that there's a certain player in Group B that you wouldn't mind meeting. I don't know. I think he wants to meet me more than I want to meet him. I've played Tommy many a times as an 11 and 12-year-old kid, and he's still... Those that have watched him here at the Super Series in the last couple of visits, that's exactly what he's been like all his darting life. He thrives on confidence, and I'm really pleased for him that, you know, that the 2 of us are making probably crusading here at the Super Series for the Dorset people, and we've got some more guys behind us that come here and do exactly the same. So if you ever need any more, there's a couple there. They're all going through the ADC route to try and get here. So I don't think we're going to be the only Dorset players you see here in the more recent future. And just on yourself quickly before we move on to the next games in Group C today, just having been here this week, having watched Champions Week last week, how are you feeling about next week, your own game, and your chances of getting through yourself? Look, it's absolutely whetted my appetite. I mean, I know that, you know, I'm a more seasoned campaigner, and I know you've got to start well here, and it's lovely to go and say, yeah, I'm going to win the group and everything, but that's not me. I'm not that flamboyant character. I leave that to Tommy. That's why we're chalk and cheese and get on so well. So, look, I'm coming here to try and play my best game of darts that I can get out there, and if I can do that over the week, then, you know, I can make Saturday. Well, don't miss it. Scott Mitchell on the stage behind us next week. Charlie Large and Thomas Banks are there now. Large already through, Banks already out, and Henry Deacon is in commentary where Scott will join him.
Indeed he will. Thank you, Chris. And so this is really the beginning of a victory parade as far as Charlie Large is concerned. He's rubber stamped his place into tomorrow night's final. And he can, after this, sit back and watch Mummy against Blum to see who's going to join him, because Nico winning that match would secure his passage into the finale. Large with the darts in this match.
100.
Quoted as the 2-5 favourite. Thomas Banks, the outsider
45.
here at odds of 7-4. And already we can
100.
sense that Charlie isn't going to let up despite knowing that he's through.
44.
It'll be a good moment for him. First time he's made it through to a final here of the Super Series. He will be
100.
playing in front of a home crowd tomorrow night. And if he wins 5K, he may be able to get another pair of
68.
shoes. Have a look at them Bobby Dazzlers. He's been in the Arnie catalogue.
139.
Beautiful pair of cobblers, they.
95. Charlie O'Carr, 62.
We're going to get off to a fast start. 62 after 12. Double 16.
Getting shot on the first leg.
1-0.
Large.
So Large leads by a leg to nil in this game. Thomas
Second leg,
Banks have
Thomas
work
to
to do.
first. Game on.
And there's a maximum to kickstart the second leg for the Bulldog.
$41.
And he's not going to follow up with the second visit of this
57.
particular leg.
$100.
It's amazing to think, Scott, that this could potentially be a fixture that could grace any kind
85.
of stage in the future when you consider their ages and the stage of the career that they're going. And these two may well be well acquainted with one another over the years.
Yeah, you do tend to find that. You do tend to find that, and you find yourselves continuing to be in the same room.
59.
And sometimes you see players at a younger age, one will dominate the other, and then 5 years' time, the role reverse will start to come.
Thomas O'Carr, 120.
And you'll then say, oh, no, hang on a minute. He hasn't got a hope to beat him. And yet, in their youth days or whatever, one of them out-dominated the other. And that's the lovely thing about
Charlie O'Carr,
the game and the way that players develop. Just because you were the better player at 17, at 25, doesn't mean to say you're still the better player. Players learn and adapt.
100. Thomas O'Carr, 40.
Last start just dragged low on the 120 there for Charlie Large. And so
Getting shot on the second leg.
Tots finds Tots to level up at one apiece.
Third leg, Charlie to through first. Game on. $57.
Also, we've got Charlie and Thomas here. Who else would you say? Look, obviously people would say Luke Littler because of obvious things.
57.
Who else would you say? Maybe that people haven't spoken about yet. Could well be someone that you may have seen on the circuit that we may well see break through soon.
57.
The thing with it is now that all those around the likes of Thomas and the Jensens who came with us to you know, the World Cups with England, they've all kind of been seen. You don't come through under the radar anymore like you did 15 years ago, because the younger movement of darts is so strong now with the JDC, with the development tour, with the England darts sort of youth circuit, that you're finding them. You're finding them earlier now than we ever have before.
140.
You know, there's little lads like Nathan Potter, who's very good, and I met him a few years ago when he was good, and he's coming through. I really like the way that he plays the game. He plays the game with a smile on his face. He's one that maybe
56.
You'll see in the distant future. There were others that are a little bit older that were really good when they were younger and really setting the world alight, and they're starting to again now. The likes of Charlie Stocks.
Charlie O'Connor, 134.
He's playing for Notts, and he's one that got a man of the match again this weekend, and he would be a new face. He's not young
56.
anymore, but he came to the fore as a youth, and he's starting to now develop more into, as he's getting older, towards the adult. So there's a couple of names there that I expect to see over the next couple of years doing bigger things, and here would be a great stepping stone for them if they could get here.
Double 10 for Large, who's just caressed the wire.
65.
Very much made an imprint here. Banks wants tops for the break. I think we'll let Thomas's reaction tell you everything that you need to know about that second dart. As Large comes back for double 10. 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg. Charlie Large.
Had to survive a bit of a scare, but he finds himself in front.
Fourth leg, Thomas to through first. Game on.
Now, confirmation
99.
of what happens in our next match. Because of the legs difference, which Nico Bloom heavily outweighs Jeff Murray in, he doesn't even have
55.
to win the match against Jeff. He just needs a couple of legs. So just confirmation on that particular
58
scenario.
Yeah, and as we said up on the balcony, you know, Jeff's problem, I felt sort of like it was a slow start to this Group C campaign for him.
100.
And that's where he's found the leg difference issue. A problem was from yesterday, tail end of yesterday. Obviously, he's hit the highest average in this sort of group with his, I think he had 105 to finish with yesterday.
96.
But it was a little bit too late for him, wasn't it? And he's had some tough games to start the day today as well.
65.
Keelan Kay early doors, although he won. And then he had Charlie Large in his second game, which was really for qualification a must-win game. And
56.
campaign's not gone quite as well as he'd hoped for him, but I think again, Jeff will have learnt a lot.
88.
Spoke this morning, he said he's relatively inexperienced, and he was looking at the young guys around him that probably had more experience than him. A lot of us, you know, a lot of them were a lot younger than him. So
Thomas Rukar, 57.
He knows where he is with the game. Thomas Banks here with 57.
Game shot on the fourth
Extremely
leg.
positive outlook on that 57. It looked like that was going to go from the moment he stepped to the
You'll
oche.
take Charlie to throw first. Game on.
I'd like some of these young players to watch themselves back on a couple of occasions and actually be honest with them and ask themselves, when I walked
100.
into that and you're watching yourself do it, do you realise and can you see what we see, that there's a slight doubt in his
40.
mind and that he's not sure he's going to hit it?
$93.
Well, that is Thomas's second max of the match, and he's beginning to really find that scoring power as the group in his week comes to a culmination.
98.
Hit 3 in his game against Felix Schertz. He's hit 2 here against Charlie Large. And he may well be just tapping Charlie Large on the shoulder of a breaker throw, although Large, with a couple of trebles, will really stamp his authority in the leg.
100.
The one there leads him on 110.
And you have to say,
100. Charlie O'Connor,
5 180s for Banks today when he had none at all yesterday.
$86. Thomas O'Connor, 84.
The break, and for 3-2, it's going to be the bullseye.
42.
Another
Charlie O'Connor,
dart that just
24.
goes wildly off to the left. Large now needs double six.
18.
And that goes
Thomas
inside,
O'Connor,
and missed doubles
42.
beginning to become a feature of the game.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Thomas Banks.
And Banks mops up to get the breaker throw into lead by 3 legs to 2. And he has the darts
Six
here
leg Thomas to throw first.
to turn the tables. The man at the bottom may well beat the man at the top.
Game on.
What a start. What a start!
180.
His third max of the match.
$140.
Not going to continue.
57.
It's one of those where Thomas will say, where have I been? Where have I been? I've done all the huffing and puffing and trying. And I relax against
95.
the top of the group. Hard to get one of the better parts of my game out there.
60.
Charlie Large, he won't want to let this go. He will want to go into Saturday night on a high. He won't want to go on the back of a couple of losses.
59. $66.
Banks has left himself on 38 to win the match.
93. Thomas O'Connor,
Large has applied some
138.
pressure on the 114, but this is Thomas's chance to beat the league leader. Another one of them would have left himself double 12 to have completed the job.
90. Charlie O'Connor, 114.
This to save it. Triple 18. Would have left tops, and so Banks is back for 48 to
Thomas O'Connor,
complete
48.
a 4-2 win against the man at the top of the table. Double 8 now. What can he see of it?
Game shot in the
Enough.
match. Thomas
And
Banks.
Thomas Banks, the man at the bottom of the table, has beaten the man at the summit. Charlie Large beaten, but it's not going to stop him from going through to tomorrow night's final. That was a lovely little sign of respect there between two young players who may well be battling each other on hockeys like this for many a year to come. Thomas Banks, a 4-2 winner with an 80.15 average. 4 out of 8 when it came to the finishing. He beats Charlie Large by 4 legs to 2. And coming up after the break, Nico Blum needs just a couple of legs against Jeff Murray to confirm his place in tomorrow night's final.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And so here we go. This, the game that will most likely decide the trajectory of travel in this group. Nico Blum looking relaxed on the hockey, needs just a couple of legs to qualify for tomorrow night's finals. Jeff Murray, the only man that can stop him from getting there, but he's going to have to do pretty much everything in his power to try and stop the flower
Looks
power
like Jeff to throw first.
from blossoming into a Saturday night birth.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's maybe what could have been for Jeff, but
96.
we know what he's like. He's dogged. He's like a little terrier. He will not let this go easily.
60.
He goes up there trying not trying to win. The way of the game. One of those 2-horse race games that somebody has to
100.
lose, and one goes home happy and one goes home pretty sad.
97.
Hasten to say that there might be some celebrations if Nico Bloom qualifies.
126.
Wouldn't want to know how big the celebration would be if he won the week. All I would say to the other guys in the practice room is if he's insistent
86.
on a meal tonight, if he qualifies, make sure that the bill's on him. Give recommendations to expensive restaurants if they
95.
want.
Yeah. I know if I've heard what he's at last night, I don't want to be caught with the bill, I can tell you that.
Oh, Jeff Murray needed to get out the tracks
100.
quickly
Jeff
in this
Luca,
game, and that's
84.
exactly what he's done. And has left himself 84 after 12 with the darts. Double 19. Means double 12.
72. Nico
just
Luca,
inside.
158.
So Nico Bloom can put Jeff Murray at the point of no return if he finds this 158. Another one of them would have left double 19.
134. Jeff Luca, 12.
The double 6. Can't afford misses on the doubles. Doesn't find one there.
Jeff Murray.
And this is a weird one. Even though Jeff Murray has the darts, he's still got to find a break of throw somewhere.
Second leg, Nico to
Effectively with the
first.
darts, but
Game
against
on.
the darts at the same time, if you get my drift.
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. For Jeff, he won't be feeling that.
60.
Well, there's a mathematical chance. All he can do is go in and try and do his bit. And that'll be his attitude,
59.
I think, towards it.
$77.
Slightly erratic start to this leg. On Nico may well open up a opportunity here for Jeff.
47.
ADC qualifier alongside Rob Grundy. They'll be contesting the undisputed belt of the Northeast
85.
in due course. And some big news actually coming out of the ADC over the last 24 hours or so.
24.
The Red Dragon Doubles Cup and the UK and Ireland Classic were both announced. The UK and Ireland Classic with a
96.
prize pool of £13,200, £3,000 to the winner. The top 2 ranked players in each regional table, the Scotland, Wales, North East, North West, Midlands, South East and London, South West and
96.
East of England will qualify, including other top ranked players from other various tables for a finals weekend in Middlesbrough at the end of October.
97.
Top of other tournaments being announced, and of course those vault events which have really taken off.
22.
But Bloom here,
Nico Luca, 86.
86 for a level match. 85 remaining. Treble 15, leads tops.
66.
That just goes below.
Yeah, other ADC events happening in Europe. There's 2 Euro qualifiers this Sunday. Well, yesterday there were just over 90 players entered in that, so it shows how many players in Europe are watching this Super Series, and the likes of Nico and wanting a piece of the action.
No
John
score.
Locken
Jeff Luca,
doing sterling work out
163.
there for ADC Europe. They are also looking into scheduling a Benelux tour to
59.
open
Nico
it up
Luca,
to all
20.
Europeans to enter and give themselves a chance to get here at the MODUS Super Series.
15.
Double 5 for
Jeff
Bloom.
Lucan,
It just drags
94.
below. And remember, if he gets a leg, then Murray's on the hill. This could be the break chance that he needs for the bullseye. That's a single free. So treble 17 with the left tops. And so Bloom comes
34.
back to level up at
Nico
one
Lucan,
apiece.
5.
And effectively put himself a leg away.
No
Oh
score.
my, that's
Jeff Lucan,
wild.
60.
It's been a wild leg for Nico. The tension has been set in for the German. And now Murray's looking at tops. And double 10 for 2-0.
40.
He
Nico
knows.
Lucan, 5.
Well, that attempt at 1 for Nico Bloom was as wild as the flowers on his shirt. He will be looking. Is he really thinking he needs these 2 legs? Is this what it's doing to him? I wonder.
1. Jeff Lucan, 20.
Fails to convert again. It's Jeff Murray coming back. Looking for a dream 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg. Jeff Murray.
And suddenly Nico Bloom's in a bit of trouble here because Murray now 2-0
Third
to the
leg, Jeff
good.
to throw first.
Has the darts
Game
here
on.
for 3-0. And remember, you need to keep Nico Bloom at bay. He can only concede 1 leg in this match. If he goes 3-0 up, then he can actually afford a hold for Bloom if he finishes off the job on throw.
100.
Let's not forget, Nico Bloom plays the table topper in his last game.
100.
So he really wants to get it done here. The last game is just a formality for
41.
him. Play his way through. $100.
It just feels a little bit flat for Nico. And that's not something we've said much about him this week.
122.
These two in the most important game of their week have found the nerves
95.
quite palpable. It's seeped into the match. And you feel like someone's just going to fall over the line instead of running towards it.
100.
Understandably, though, it is a big thing to make the Saturday night. I haven't been here myself on a Saturday night. The Saturday night is a very different game to playing during the week. The week feels like the floor show before the stage show, and
48.
Lovely when people come in and watch and
138.
guys get their tickets to come and watch their favourites. Saturday is a very special night here at the Live Lounge in the MODUS Super Series.
106.
Well, Murray here has left himself on
Nico
32.
158.
Bloom needs to find this. He's not going to. And so Murray here could put
100.
himself at
Jeff Lucan,
3-0.
32.
And suddenly, Nico Bloom's going to feel the pressure.
Game shot on the third
3-0
leg.
it
Jeff
is.
Murray.
Murray's a leg away, and we did not see this in the script.
Fourth leg, Nico to throw first. Game on.
I think this is as serious as we've seen Nico all week long.
59.
Is there a possibility where he might be trying too hard here and whatever he's trying now is just not working?
I don't think it's not. Yeah, trying too hard and over trying. Very much.
140.
Very much close together. Thinks he's in the action there.
Needs to get the steps in, doesn't he?
Yeah, coming right across the hockey there. Got to get a look. He's our own version of VAR.
94.
He makes sure before he makes the call.
And here's something the referees will do. If they're not 100%
41.
on the score, they'll step in. They'll make sure that everything is correct. This
25.
means that everything can then be correct, because an incorrect score will ruin the passage of play more than maybe a couple of seconds step in.
let alone everything with the tech
92.
guys and having to re-put scores back in and stop stuff and everything else. So, yeah, you don't understand the referees' scoring system is very important. And
57.
You know, I've been up there and I think some of the referees do it when they, you know, they're trying to count it all up when you've sort of gone a different way. I think sometimes they buy time by stepping in and doing it, but I don't know. That's just my own assumption.
81.
I'm allowed an opinion.
Don't worry, I won't make you name names. 147 for the match for Jeff Murray.
59.
Yep.
Jeff, you
And get a
can't
score one
147.
in the blink of an eye.
6 starts for the match. And this would keep him very much in the mix if he can win to 0.
131.
And Nico Blum has saved what is poorest performance of the week. We've got to put it there for the biggest game of his week so far. He's in Shredsville. There's absolutely no doubt about
43.
that.
Jeff, you
And so
can't
Murray
16.
comes back for double 8 to keep himself in the race.
No
Oh
score.
no.
Nico Yukar,
He's gone into the double
164.
16.
But Nico's given us nothing to say that the 164, he's done nothing the whole game to say this 164 can go. So now you know it's going to go.
That would have been the ultimate blue
119.
touch paper
Jeff Yukar,
lightener, but
16.
Murray is back for double 8 for the match. Double 4. Bent the wire with the first, but
8.
not found with the second.
Nico
And
Yukar,
suddenly it all
45.
changes again, because if Bloom takes out the 45, he's a leg away from the final. Double 16.
Game shot
And now
the
Blum's on the
fourth way.
hill.
Nico Blum.
When he should have been beaten, he should have been drugged to 0. And if he breaks Murray here,
Looks like Jeff you through first. Game
he's
on.
out. And Blum's in. How it can change in the blink of an eye. And by the width of a wire, quite literally in Jeff
41.
Murray's case.
Yeah, they weren't bad throwing darts at all. They were just not in the segment where they needed to be.
41.
But Blum couldn't take
58.
advantage of Murray coming up dry.
$95.
I like it. And it feels like the type of game that maybe one triple visits may well just be enough to give yourself a leg up in a leg.
$60. $41.
Cut the tension of a knife in here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you would have thought getting that leg would have settled Nico a little bit.
$60.
And if he had come off that with a 4-0 loss, that would have been a hell of a wait for him before he played his next game against Charlie Large. And
85.
he would have then been searching for 2 legs there. As we are, he still could be searching for 1 there. And if that doesn't happen, we then go to
140.
Jeff Murray's last game. And that is the very last game of the afternoon. Against Felix.
139. Jeff Yukar, 142.
But suddenly that 139 has left him on a ton. And suddenly this may have to go, not just for the match, but to save his skin in terms of qualification.
110.
I have this sick
Nico
feeling.
Yukar, 100.
He does go conventional. Treble 16. But double 16 to go
84.
through.
Jeff Yukar, 32.
This for the match.
Game shot on the match.
And Jeff Murray is still there. He's still in the equation. He beats Nico Blum by 4 legs to 1. He is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Murray through 4-1. Blum made to wait. Not been a classic, but Murray's still in with a chance. Next up, Kay and Shirts.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Well, welcome back. We are now on game 12 of our Group C action, day 2. Some would say this is kind of a dead rubber between Keelan Kay and Felix Schertz. It won't be for them. They will be wanting to end on a high and winning matches so that they leave with some confidence.
First leg, Keelan through
Kay
first.
was in the mix. There's our referee, Paul
Game
Hinks. Grand job he's done this afternoon session.
60.
I think Keelan Kay will probably be thinking when he goes home from here that this is a group that could have been for him.
81.
And Felix, I hope he goes home having felt that he's learned a little bit more on his darting journey. MODUS Super Series has, in recent times, been producing top Challenge Tour players and those that have gone on into the Pro Tours. And this is why
83
players around the globe now want to come and have their time in the limelight here at the purpose-built Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
45.
It's been built and developed for you to throw and play the best darts possible.
60.
And K on 164 after 12.
100. 97. Keelan 64.
Good set up there from Felix, but he's now just hoping for Kay to slip up.
Game shot on the first leg.
Kay does not slip up at all. Felix is the latest Swiss player to come in. I think we've had Thomas Jungens here. I think we've had Stefan Belmont. Have we had Stefan Belmont here? Yeah, we have, yeah. Both Swiss players. So
42.
Felix, the latest in a line of those. And to be fair, like we say, across Europe, people want to come here. And now
58.
we're dragging them in from all nations. And that's great to see, to give them their chance.
Well, it's literally not a corner of the globe that's not represented here at the MODUS Super Series. 26 nations have played in this competition
59.
since the beginning of July last year, in the first series, the first inception of this particular tournament. And actually, of those 26 nations, 12 of them have played at a Champions Week.
125.
Well, that's a mighty impressive stat. Almost half. Very good indeed.
95.
They've come from the home nations, the likes of Lithuania, Latvia here,
180.
Luxembourg, India, Poland, Hong Kong. Japan also represented as shirts. It's a 180 to leave 54 after 12.
58. Felix Ricard,
well, it's
54.
the amalgamation between the ADC and the Super Series and MODUS, and it's just a super thing, and players really have latched onto it and see this as a genuine path
34.
now to stardom and glory, and with the guys that have come before who are now holding tour cards, you
49.
can understand
Felix
why they
Ricard,
think
20.
and feel like that.
Double 10 for 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg.
Level game it is. The Swiss levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg Keelan to third first. Game on. $135. 96.
Well, Switzerland as a country has 7,000 lakes, and we're going to have a couple of players play at the lakeside later on this year. What a fantastic segue that was, Scott, by the way.
Honestly, seamless link.
But I was having a look at some of the indexes and some of the form indexes, and they actually have a man who's going to be playing in tomorrow night's final in Thibaut Tricol as the third favourite based on current form across all events when it comes to that tournament in December. The other two above him, Andy Bartons and Leonard Gates.
145.
Yeah, and at the draw, I was asked my two tips. One as an outsider as a non-seed, which I chose Leonard Gates before because of his form in the seniors. And here, at the MODUS Super Series, he just seems to love being on the big stage. So I think he'll enjoy a lakeside. Going to wait here and see if this 160 goes.
Game shot on the third leg. Felix Schutter.
Shaking the head going, where has this been all week?
Well, Felix to throw first.
He's like he's unhappy that he's done it.
Game on.
Well done, Felix. Top stuff. If you could get that large a little bit, you could have used it on your Facebook page or something. You know what I mean? And had a bit of a run back.
Hold on, this is a purple patch here. 12 data starts the next leg of a 180.
$59.
The Swiss can't continue his wall.
100.
Oh, yeah. So going back to the lakeside thing, I'll take you away from that very quickly. The other tip was Andy Bartons. I know he's number one seed, and the seedings have gone over a couple of years and what have you, but I just think he is a very formed player, and it's time for him to come of age. He's been around a while now. He's not a new face, and it's time for him to come of age, and I'm sure the likes of Neil Duff will be absolutely over the moon that I haven't tipped them and been a problem to them as making them favourites, because they don't need me to tip them. He's great in his own head.
96.
In fairness, we know what Neil Duff does at Lakeside anyway. He'll do the predicting himself. He does self-punditry on his matches. If last year's anything to go by.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, people were just waiting for him to slip up last year, and he didn't, did he?
40.
You know, it's a very commanding win. And a world championship that nobody can take away from you. Felix Schertz there is just finding himself 3-1 here. Keelan's probably thinking,
Keelan to throw first.
Walked into another one here. He walked into a 105 yesterday with Jeff Murray, and now
82.
He's got Felix doing a 97.05 against him.
95. $61. $59.
Okay, having that problem dart again. switches effectively, though.
134. $134.
Felix Schertz is relaxing like it's a Sunday, and Sunday in the Swiss language actually means no mowing the yard.
60.
No mowing the yard. Well done. Great bit of translation there. That because next door neighbour come around and clip you around the ear for making a noise on a Sunday.
164.
Sounds more probable to me.
That's at least what this search engine is telling me anyway.
94.
Felix Schertz to the back, 73. For a 4-1 win, and you might be thinking, why now? 20 and bull. The bullseye. Ooh, just skims the 25 wire.
70. $30. Felix your car 25.
Not to beat, so Felix comes back to tidy this 25 up, which also will be probably his most convincing game of the week so far. We're right at the tail end of it.
Killing your car 40.
But is there still a little bit of a swing in that tail end for Keelan K?
Keelan K.
Back to 3-2. Schertz with the darts to get the job done.
6-leg Felix to throw first. Game on. $58.
I don't know if you know, I'm a former two-time Swiss Open champion winner.
Are you?
I am indeed, yeah. Back to back. I won one on my 40th birthday.
140.
My sponsors kindly flew my wife out so that I was out there. We celebrated in true style. The only thing that was
82.
open, the little McDonald's in town. That was what we celebrated with the McDonald's. It cost about 35 quid because we were in Switzerland.
All I'm saying, Scott, is late night Mackies is a vibe.
No, it wasn't late night. It was about 7 o'clock in the evening.
60.
They just shut everything up there about 5 o'clock and everybody goes home. And yeah, to stop the kids being on the street, I suppose. I don't know what it is, but it works.
Nothing like going for a late night.
40.
Oh, hello, Robin Hoods for Keelan K. That's distracted us from the late night McDonald's drive-through thoughts.
Indeed.
35.
Yeah, to celebrate winning your first Open.
We actually have a tradition at the Super Series where me and one of the members of the backroom team, if
59.
we win the Monday night quiz, we have a McDonald's drive-through with the winnings.
Oh, very good. Very good. No, mine was just, yeah.
58.
Oh, very nice. I'll never forget that.
141.
I will go back to the Swiss Open one day. Fond memories. Good people out there running their organisation.
59.
Well, Kay on the cusp of possibly making it 3-3, and it would be a break, so we'd have the darts and the decider.
$25. Killing your car 82.
6 darts. Tennis all the way. That's in a single 7. Been a bit erratic, this visit.
46.
Tied it up in the end there, Keelan.
133. Killing your car 36. Game shot on the 6th leg. Keelan K.
And we will go the distance. 3-3 it is. Kay gets the break and now has the darts and the decider.
7th and
Now
final leg.
12th
Keelan to throw
match
first.
of
Game on.
the day.
If Keelan had been hitting those doubles like that yesterday, what a different tale it could have
80.
been for him today. But all dart players go on about ifs, ands and maybes. But unfortunately,
140.
you don't win your trophies.
$45. $121. 81.
That now puts the ball very much in Felix's court.
Yeah, effectively he's turned the darts right when he needs a treble
60.
20. It eludes him.
$100.
So 6 darts on 180 here for Felix Schertz to get the job done.
60.
Bends the wire with the last, but comes up dry in that visit.
$100. Finish your car 120.
Just nudge one above. Oh, okay. Bull.
62. Killing your car 95.
Bit of Nico Bloom rubbing off on Felix Schertz there.
Got the dart there, but because it wasn't in a throwing motion,
40.
he can retrieve
Finish your
it.
car 58.
May not be able to retrieve the situation because Nico Schertz has missed a big number.
Ball wall, surely. It's got to go through traffic.
40. Killing your car 55.
Wasn't to be, so Keelan Kay then. 55, double top.
Game shot on the match, Keelan Kay.
It's a match, Keelan Kay. We felt it was a dead rubber, but for Keelan, he'll be happy with the win. Doing the right thing on the double. Score him, let him down a little bit there. That's what's affected him, but 4 from 6. If he'd have been like that all week, he'd have been a contender to get out of this Group C. We're going to head into a short break. When we return, can Nico Bloom get the leg he needs against Charlie Large? We'll soon find out.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back. Well, just 3 games left to go in Group C, and the next one could be the 2 players that are going to be on the stage on finals night, Nico Bloom and Charlie Large. Well, Large is already through. He knows he will be here in his hometown of Portsmouth in front of an audience here, but Nico Bloom needs just 1 leg to join him. Was in a position against Jeff Murray where he needed a couple of legs. Murray just did enough to stay in contention. You can see the table there. If Bloom gets over the line with that leg, then he will be through. If he doesn't, then Murray will still have a chance in the last match. On the other side of the coin, if Bloom wins this match 4-0 or 4-1, he'll actually top the table and usurp Charlie Large from pole position. So it looks like the pair of players in this match are going to be on that stage tomorrow. We might know after a leg. We might know after a couple of legs. We'll let Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell talk you through this game.
Yep, leg by leg, dart by dart. Everything's going to matter. Well, Nico Bloom needs a solitary leg. That's what we do know. And he'll be trying his heart out to go and get it. But Charlie Large is
First leg,
still a lot to
Nico,
play
to
for in terms
first.
of winning the group or not, because you will get an advantage by winning the group in terms of the group that you are going to be placed in. And when you consider the way that Jared Cole was going at Bell and Lever last night, I don't think you'll want to be
45.
Sat in second spot in the group. I don't think you want to be facing Thibaut Cole either. I wonder what Thibaut will be thinking of this. I really do, in his hotel room. Just across the road
121.
from us.
Yeah, he'd be all David Ginola about it, wouldn't he? He'd be all cool and calm and collected.
140.
Yeah, oui, monsieur, no problem.
I'll pretend I never heard that.
Yeah.
100.
Apologies to the nation of France.
Yeah, for that Dorset type, Somerset type French accent, whatever it was. Right,
55.
my barber. Oui, monsieur.
Right, let's get back to the darts, because this is an important leg. Nico Blum needs just the one to qualify through to tomorrow night's final. And if he can win 4-0, 4-1, he wins the group. Large, 157, first to a finish. Blum looking to keep it much more handier.
57.
He can't leave a
Charlie
finish.
O'Carr,
And
157.
so it's 6 from here for Large to take a 1-0 lead. And meaning he's a leg away from being the group victor.
93.
He's 64, 16's corridor after 12.
38. Charlie O'Carr,
Still not leaving
64.
a finish. Large's got all the time that one man wants. Oh, and he's made a mess of it. He's made an absolute hash of that.
Well, Charlie, I would say if you're going to decide, oh, you're going to make a mess of it,
60.
now's the time.
Charlie
While
O'Carr,
your
41.
opponent back on 166, and now it's time to tidy it up, young man.
Game shot in the first leg.
She
Charlie
doodly does,
Large.
and this is what he's been doing all week. That's why he's top of the group. I think that makes him top of the group now. Can't
Second
be
leg, Charlie
caught
to
with
throw
just the one
first.
leg.
Game on.
So 1-0 Large. One more leg, as Scott rightly says. He's the group winner. Nico Blum needs one leg. This could be the type of
135.
game where everyone's a winner, because Nico can win his leg and win the group. Charlie Large, to go through the group. Charlie Large can win one more leg and win the group.
140.
They can both go at stage, hand in hand, skipping off into the Portsmouth sunset, safe in the noise. They're into tomorrow's final.
96.
Yeah, indeed. Feeling that job's done. For Nico, he'll be feeling it's been a
58.
particularly long 5 days for him. But he'll have something to show for it.
40.
Game 25 for Nico this week. He's hoping that there's going to be a game 26 tomorrow night.
81. $60.
So Charlie Large, the fish to win the group.
140.
I have to take it with Blum on 82. And this is to send him into tomorrow night's final.
56.
Both players are on the brink of their particular prize here. Blum to go through. The ball leaves double 16. And there's going to be some flower power on Saturday night. Nico Blum is in to the finals on debut. Charlie Large has acknowledged that fact. A nice little sporting acknowledgement. Nico Blum's there.
That's all about bragging rights in case they've got to play one another.
99.
Now, that's the way that I see this one. Neither will want to relinquish bragging rights.
93.
Yesterday, we know this one went 4-3 the way of Charlie Large.
41.
He will now want to make it 2 on the bounce. All the tenseness, all the nervities, all that should be gone now. Nervity's a word. Well, it is now.
134.
Don't worry, Scott. I make up words all the time. Allegedly.
91.
Nervities. I'll have to look that one up. If I had a dictionary, I would.
100.
I'm going to look it up and see that nervites is like a type of pig from Mongolia or something, can't you?
No, it's actually... No, it's not a word.
65.
The closest you can get is nervate, which is a definition of having veins.
Oh, I've got those in my legs. Varicose nervate.
65.
Well, Large here, 3 darts away from winning the group. We can pin this 109. He is the
85.
victor in
Charlie
Group C.
O'Carr, 109.
Yeah, we swiftly move on. So, treble 19 now will leave him a shot at double 16. Been very successful on double 16 this week.
Leg.
And he's successful once again. And another ton plus shot goes in Group C.
Fourth leg Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Charlie's having a little giggle there. I don't know whether Nico said something on his way back up the hockey, but nicely done.
140.
And so Charlie Large is the Group C winner.
55.
He'll be giving
96.
it large in front of a home crowd tomorrow night. And so I would click that QR code quickly. If you're in Portsmouth, you're supporting Charlie, get on it now. It's going to sell out.
If you're not careful, it will be standing room only.
He's standing with me on the balcony. No one wants that.
To be fair, it's a great view of the arena up there at the from the balcony.
83. Charlie O'Carr, 170.
The fish. The fish. Go on, Charlie, go for it. Go
145.
and get it, but he just misses by a whisker.
Do I get the feeling that Charlie's starting to enjoy himself?
99. Charlie O'Carr, 25.
Well, both players can relax now because they've both reached their particular Everests.
5. Nico O'Carr, 124.
Could be a little giggle about how he nearly saw me getting run over this morning. He could have had a flashback.
Bullseye.
89. Charlie O'Carr, 20.
And so double 10 for Charlie Large and a 3-1 lead.
Game
It's
shot on the
found,
fourth
it's
leg.
3-1.
Charlie Large.
And so he's a leg away from victory.
Fifth leg Nico to throw first. Game
And this
on.
could be a psychological one for tomorrow night. As Scott said in the intro, these two could well play at some point, and you don't want to be in a position of having lost to the
45.
opponent a day prior.
$100. $47.
Oh, Charlie has turned the darts early doors. And he'll be wanting to
43.
gallop on a 4-1 win now. It's hard to keep your concentration when you know the hard work is already
43.
done.
$43.
Finding a smile.
60.
One loss today was to Thomas Banks, who was bottom of the table at the time, and Charlie being a table topper. And how often do we see that here at the Super Series?
96.
We keep saying, oh, you know, but it happens quite often.
It happens in all sports. Sometimes that freedom of the person at the bottom of the table, knowing that
139.
nobody expects them to win by themselves, can actually come in quite handily. How many times do you see it in maybe not Premier League football these days, but maybe like in the Championship or League One or something like that in other sports?
Yeah, I was actually having a chat with Thomas
79.
Banks and
Nico O'Carr,
Keelan Kay about the
167.
Championship being the toughest league in the world, and it really is.
Well, this would be some way to finish off Charlie
131.
Large, 140.
Charlie O'Carr, 140.
finish with a bit of a fanfare, not this time, and so Blum will come back for double 18 to
85, Nico Carr 36.
reduce the deficit back down to 3-2. Double 9. Inside, and he's
28,
furious with
Charlie
himself.
Carr 55.
Charlie Large, double 15. And so that means 25 remaining. Pick your fighter. 9 for double 8.
39, Nico
This
Carr
is
8.
outside. Blum's back.
No score, Charlie O'Carr 16.
Not to be this time for Blum, so
Charlie
Charlie
Large
wins the match 4-1. It confirms he will be top of the table. It always also confirms that Nico Blum goes through in second place. Here are your averages. It was a bit tense and nervous at the front, both players needing something from the game, and they both got it. We will return after the break with Thomas Banks versus Keelan Kay.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm here with the Group C winner, Charlie Large. Charlie, when you came up to the balcony then, you said, about time. This is something you've wanted, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think this is my third or fourth time here, and I've been in this group every time, but normally it's a slow start that cost me. But this time I said to myself, just start the first day. I will normally play the second day, and I should be right, hopefully, but I ain't played my best, but done enough to get through.
When you came into today, you were on 8 points. There was 3 players on 6. Jeff Murray, the favourite, was on 4. There was a lot of people chasing you, so you must feel quite proud of yourself the way you started today as well.
Yeah, well, I said to Henry and Scott Mitchell this morning, I was a little bit disappointed to lose the last game because I would have been 4 points clear, but after I had a look at 30 minute, said, yeah, it's been a good day, 8 points, so hopefully do today what I've done yesterday.
Yeah, really good stuff. We're going to show you the league table now, so you get the opportunity to have a look at that. I mean, it's a really good campaign, isn't it? Just 2 losses in 2 days. In the end, it looks like a very comfortable qualification.
Yeah, well, it didn't feel like that comfortable, but yeah, it's good to see for once.
I saw in the last game with Nico as well, there was a few smiles on the stage. He needed a leg to go through. Did you guys both know that? What was going through your mind then?
I think if I won a leg, I would have topped the group, but I'm pretty sure we got 1 leg, he'd be through. So, yeah, I think we knew that, yeah.
And of course, you are from Portsmouth, so an opportunity for a lot of your friends and family and stuff to come and see you tomorrow. Are you going to be bringing a few people in the audience?
Yeah, well, I'll have quite a few tomorrow night, yeah.
And looking forward to that experience of playing in front of a crowd.
Yeah, well, I do actually quite like playing in front of the crowd, so it should be good, yeah.
Right, we'll let you go and prepare for it. Well done today, Charlie. Charlie Large, the winner of Group C, goes through to Saturday night for the first time in his hometown of Portsmouth. Coming next, Thomas Banks takes on Keelan Kay.
Thank you, Chris. And so for our last couple of games, the 4 players involved are just looking to play for a bit of pride, play for some bragging rights, and try and finish with something to at least savour. Keelan Kay and Thomas Banks, the first 2 in that particular quest. For Thomas, it's been a real reek of learning as far as he's concerned. We've seen him develop under our eyes to a certain extent. He's had his highs, he's had his lows. But I just hope that he comes out of this week with a real glass half full. As for Keelan,
Looks like Thomas to throw first.
I know for a fact that he's going to be absolutely gutted, because he would have looked at this situation as an opportunity to really kick on and get to a Saturday night here at the Super Series, and it didn't quite work out for him, did it, Scott?
59.
No, it hasn't. I mean, this game yesterday for Thomas, this was his highest average yesterday against Keelan, and obviously somebody that he knows quite well. But he's surpassed that today. His averages have been a lot better today, Thomas, and so
43.
He should go away feeling a little more happy with his work today. He's made himself more difficult to beat today.
84.
And that's all you can do as a player, is try to make yourself as difficult to beat as possible. And
96.
Keelan
Thomas
Kay.
Ricard, 160. $95.
He would have been ruining his chances a little bit, I think. 3 wins yesterday put him
95.
in
Thomas
a good
Ricard,
position.
65.
Sometimes he's been part of his own downfall, but other
45.
times other players have not allowed him to do what he wanted to do, and you've just got to tip your hat to some of those guys. And
96. Thomas Ricard, 20.
tough one for him yesterday, where Jeff Murray turned up with that 105 with him yesterday.
Being shot in the first leg. Thomas Banks.
That sort of seems to have dictated the way that today has gone for him as well. For Keelan Kay, Thomas Banks.
Game on.
He's back on it, like a different player now. That's a day all round for him.
But the day has belonged to Charlie Large once again, and he's going to be in tomorrow night's final. Remember, tickets throughout the course of Series 6 available on 45. That QR code. It takes you to a website called dartshop.tv.
81.
Champions Week in Series 6 takes place in the middle of February this time round, so do get in early.
46.
It's becoming a bit of an occasion, Champions Week. Becoming quite the hot ticket.
Yeah, special night in here. 140. Special atmosphere here on a Saturday night. I've seen some of the previous Saturday night finals nights, and have a local guy
100.
in the form of Charlie. There will be 1 or 2 more than usual.
40. Keelan Ricard, 170.
Could it be special from Kay? Bullseye. That would have been to reel the fish in.
Yeah, very much. Almost right on the wire.
98.
He sneezed when he threw it. It'd have been in.
1 double 12 is Keelan Kay's MO now. Double 6 to level up.
Being shown the second leg.
1 apiece.
Third leg, Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Nice to see the camaraderie between the two there. A nice little fist pump at 1-1. As I said, this has been 42. A pretty tight-knit group. And out and eating together yesterday after the game.
100.
Another mixed grill for you tonight, Scott?
43.
Yeah, probably I'll mix me grill with some sort of garlic mushroom starter and some sort of custard, sort of, yeah. Yeah, I mixed a lot together. Some sort of custard pudding. You know
82.
what I mean? It's just, yeah, I just fancy that.
Just don't do what Glenn Dowen did last week. We went out for a meal and Glenn Dowen ordered a starter of
59.
mushrooms on toast. It might as well have been the main.
Oh, where was that? Count me in.
I had to give that bit of information away on
99.
television.
Oh, yeah, of course you're not. Sorry, we'll do that behind closed doors. But yeah, all good.
58. 44. 99. 30.
Not what Keelan Kay was looking for there.
134. Kinukar 146.
More than happy with his visit, Thomas Banks, on that one.
$90. Thomas Rukar 66.
66 of Banks. Ironic that Banks wants 66, double 4.
58. Kinukar
Course, the
56.
World Cup winning goalkeeper for England in 1966 was called Gordon Banks.
See what you did there. Superb, Henry.
36.
Not so good from
Thomas
Keelan Kay
Rukar 8.
on his double shooting this time round.
Game shot on the third leg.
Just
Thomas
snagged
Banks.
that off the second dart, and the deflection has found its way in the bed. And Thomas Banks
Fourth leg Keelan to
leads
throw
Keelan
first.
Kay
Game on.
2-1.
Just to hold a throat for Thomas Banks.
81. 57.
Let's have a chat about tonight, shall we, Scott? Because
60.
we've got quite an interesting session in Group B ahead of us. Jared Cole leads the way, but I'm going to give you some of the numbers for Danny Smith last night. He didn't pick up a win as Banks hits a max. So Danny Smith's daily average last night was 84.43. That daily average
64.
was above every player in this group yesterday, apart from Jeff Murray. And he didn't pick up a
94.
win.
Yeah, like I said about Danny last night, I really felt that he could live it with the guys, and he really did. He just a couple of mistakes at times, and sometimes he was sat there
55.
waiting
Thomas
to go,
Rukar 170.
and he got by his opponent. But you know, the better players that Danny plays, I'm expected to see him to come in and try and play the spoiler role tonight.
43.
He's one of those types of players that would just love to go and now start taking scalps. So.
Well, here we go.
121. Thomas Rukar 127.
Thomas, you acquire 127. Oh, boo.
55. Kinukar 120.
Not a murmur from Mr. Hinks, professional to the end.
35. Thomas Rukar 72.
This is for the break. Can I have one of them? Leads and self-tops.
Game shot on the
Oh, that
fourth
was
leg. Thomas
fantastically found. And Thomas Banks gets the break and he leads 3-1. And he may well be a leg away from ending his weekly campaign
Banks.
here
Like Thomas to
at the
first.
Super Series with a victory.
Game on.
With something to give himself a smile on his face. There's been nothing really to be happy about if you're Keelan Kay.
100. 59.
134. After this,
134.
it'll be all about preparing for Q School. He can win a tour card.
59.
2024 is going to be a big year for this young man. Good first dart. Good second dart. Good third dart.
180.
And Paul Hinks with the iconic 180 call.
100.
For the
Thomas
match.
Ricard, 87.
87 for Banks. Didn't have to chase, and a single one of
47.
them will even tops after 12.
$48. Thomas Ricard, 40.
To finish his week with a win, Banks
Getting shown in the
sinks
match, Thomas
tops
Banks.
to beat Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 1. It was opportunity passed by in the end for the Lord of the Board, but for the Bulldog, well, he finishes with a win. And have a look at that. That's nice to see. A little celebration as he has a chat with Paul Hinks. And those are the averages. 83-83, 4 out of 8, credit Kate to the finishing. 4-1, Thomas Banks wins in his final game of the group. Shirts and Murray is the curtain closer on Friday afternoon, and we're going to be watching them two jostle it out when we return.
Welcome back. Well, we've heard from one qualifier in Charlie Large. We're going to hear from the other one now. Nico Bloom, congratulations. We stood here talking yesterday. You knew you'd have to put in a better performance today in terms of results, and you got the results you needed. How do you feel after qualifying?
Well, Chris, absolutely no words. I'm just happy. Just happy to go through. Well, when I played Charlie, I knew that I just have to win one leg. And when bullseye, I thought when you can hit the bullseye, you can hit double 16 as well.
Yeah, we can see that moment now.
Yeah.
Nice for you to use the ball to go through, isn't it?
Bang, double 16. And I went like, come on. Because I knew that I was through. So, yeah, lovely feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, nice touch from Charlie as well to recognise that.
Yeah.
But 2 young players coming through this group. It's a good sign for the younger players.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've seen Charlie before when he played Lakeside Championships finals against Bradley Roos. He was here as well. And he played quite good, but Bradley was a bit better in finishing and stuff like that. But I knew that Charlie was a better player. But at least I just needed one leg, and I got it. So I'm through. I'm just happy.
In that situation, what were the nerves like?
In a match,
yeah,
it was like, please just hit the 82. I knew I will go for ball on 82 all the time, and I hit it and was like, please just hit the double 16. You can hit the ball, so go for double 16, and bang, and it was like, yeah, you throw you, so everything's fine now. I'm really happy about that.
The way you've played this week, you've known where the cameras are. We've seen good celebrations, lots of entertainment. So how much more can it bring out of you to be in front of an audience tomorrow?
Well, I really love to play with a crowd behind me. Maybe you remember the Euro Tours back in 2017 and 18 and all that. Yeah, I love to play with crowds behind me. So it wasn't good at all the last days, but after 6.5 year break, as I said yesterday, I'm quite fine with it. It was absolutely good for me.
Absolutely, and you speak about that break. You burst through as a 16-year-old kid. You know, you did great things. What's it like to be back?
Absolutely lovely. I love the game. I love to hit in triples and doubles and do the celebration and stuff like that. I'm just a bomb, like Flower Power, you know, like my nickname, and I love doing all that things and I love to be back in the darts. Yeah, absolutely. Especially on MODUS, like the professional things and stuff like that.
And
Lovely.
what would it mean to you to actually turn up here and win tomorrow, to win the whole title?
Oh Jesus, a lot, really a lot.
Well, we will look forward to seeing you then. Well done. It's been a fantastic week, and you get to play on that stage on Saturday.
Thank you very much, Chris.
There we go. Nico Bloom through, along with Charlie Large. There is one more game to come today. We'll get it underway now. Felix Schertz taking on Jeff Murray with Henry and Scots.
Thank you, Murph. That interview has given me a little bit of anxiety, Scott. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, because I'm presenting the final tomorrow night, and if Nico Bloom wins, anything could possibly happen. He is literally the Patrice Evra of darts.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, look, he's a bubbly character of fun. Maybe he thought his best days were past him, and you know, he's talked about the Euro tours that he's been on, and you know, I think he's just happy to be back. Happy to be back playing.
Just like Felix to throw first.
A sort of level that he's kind of happy with. And,
Come on.
You know, lots of people come here. They don't all make that Saturday finals night. So for him, it's a big achievement. And yeah, he's added his name to a list of a very elusive list that have made the Saturday night finals here. But can he add it to the more elusive list of winners?
I think we'll see some emotion if he does that. Well, as for Felix Schertz and Jeff Murray, their weeks are going to end in earnest here. Felix has been with us since Monday morning. It's been a real popular addition to the Super Series. Softly spoken guy from Switzerland. Had a nice little chat with Felix this week.
60.
A little bit about himself and a little bit about his darting background. And he was just saying how much he really enjoyed the opportunity to be up on that
47.
stage, to have the opportunity to feel like he can mix it with the best of the amateur side of the sport. And ultimately, we talk about our winners and our champions and our big check picker-uppers. But realistically, the story of the Super Series and its modern guys and its modern age is
99.
It's seeing people from humble backgrounds like Felix Schertz have the opportunity to come on a big stage and feel like a hero.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with
55.
that. That's kind of
Felix Schertz 130.
where the Lakeside World Championship was for me, and that was how I saw it. Bullseye
105.
once again for Felix, and once again he wires it. Ran out of chances to hit that bullseye on a finish towards the end. Not to be this time.
Felix Schertz 25.
But Jeff Murray. Can Felix tidy this up? That's the biggest 9 of all. Double 2 now.
And he nails it. Felix Schertz out.
And he's been doing this early in games. He just hasn't finished the games off. But yeah, going back to it, that was the same with me with Lakeside. We knew that, you know, there are 2 World Championships, and the one that you're more probable to qualify for was doing the tour and what have you. And
41.
So I totally understand how he feels. It's an amazing thing and an amazing honour to play in these places, and I'm lucky enough to be getting the honour to play here again next week.
Yeah, Scott Mitchell going to be a part of the lineup next week. Playing, that is.
Yeah, the pink shirt will be out.
100.
Any Scotty dogs floating around?
There's no point in turning around and throwing them to nobody, is there? Maybe on a Saturday night, we make the Saturday night, there might be a 45. Scotty dog flying around, but we'll have to see.
You're not going to do the full Conan Whitehead and throw flights at me on the balcony?
No, that won't be happening. Mine are far too expensive to be throwing them away to people like you.
Max and Murray, half the score in this second leg.
80. $100. 100. Jeff, your car 80.
80 for Murray for 1-1.
Of contestants there, isn't it? Indeed.
You don't want to be playing them in Group A, would you,
60.
Scott?
No, you wouldn't, would you?
$134.
Mike's got the opportunity. We want to wish very best to
140.
players that played at the Super Series. They're going to be playing the Grand Slam from tomorrow. Barry Van Peer, Nathan Gervin, Fallon Sherrick and Haruki Muramasa, who have played in this competition in 2023 and will be
41.
gracing the Aldersley Leisure Village stage in Wolverhampton tomorrow.
Yeah, fantastic event that.
105.
Managed to get myself there, 15, 16 and 17. It's very similar to here with the group stage. Early doors.
100.
What
Jeff
makes
McCann,
that
96.
tournament special.
96 for Murray here.
56. Felix Ricard, 124.
Now 124 for Shirts. Chevrolet team. The bullseye. Not to be,
99.
and so Murray comes back looking
Jeff
at
McCann,
tops.
40.
Can he snag one below? Now double 10. Bound, 2-1. Breaker throw in Murray's favour.
Third leg, Jeff Murray.
Yeah, very good stuff from Murray. Felix
Fourth leg,
once
Jeff to
again
third
wiring
first.
the
Game on.
bullseye. The only place he can go that's closer than where he's been on those bull attempts to win legs is actually smack bang centre of the button.
41. $26.
I'm a farmer. By the way, the bullseye is not actually red on a real bull. If it is, you need to get the vet out.
100. $100.
Don't know who named it the bullseye.
Thank you for that piece of information, Scott. I'll
100.
make sure I use that next time I need a veterinary cow or something.
I'm just saying. Should be like a sort of like a
83.
blacky sort of blue colour rather than red. But anyway, I digress.
That's almost as bad as my stat
100.
about headless chickens.
Go on, tell me.
We'll do that in the next leg.
95. Jeff Ricard, 160.
160 for Murray. Not going to go. The reason for that it's called the headless chicken
60.
is after a chicken called Mike, known as Miracle Mike. It was an American chicken that lived for 18 months after failed slaughter attempt.
41.
So when he didn't
Jeff
die after being
Ricard,
struck with an
100.
axe, they decided to care for him despite not having a head. I won't go into the graphic details.
No, nor will I, but very impressive.
60.
18 months.
Felix Ricard,
That is very impressive.
156.
Another one of them. Double 18. Oh, that would have been such a party
Ricard,
piece for
40.
Felix Shirts. Double 10.
Game shot on the fourth
Bound
leg.
for 3-1, and Jeff Murray is a leg away from winning the final game of the day.
I do feel for Shirts here because he's trying to have a spectacular finish to finish his campaign off in Group C, and 2 wide bullseyes and now a chance at the 156. He is trying to lead with the swan song. A nice little clip for his Facebook
45.
page for the next few weeks, wouldn't it?
All about those reels.
All about the reels, indeed.
46.
Put it on the Instagram story with a bit of Drizzy on the background.
One out of them, 40.
Well, for Jeff Murray, just got going a little bit too late as far as he's concerned. He's level on points with Nico Bloom, but those opening defeats really has cost him dearly.
100.
And the magnitude of the defeats. I mean, we can actually go back to this fixture yesterday as a potential turning point. Felix won this by 4 legs to 0. Well, any one of those legs would have been a different story. Because if he wins this by 4 legs to 1, he would have been 1 leg off of Nico Bloom. 1 leg off.
1 out of them, 40.
That is how fine the margins have been.
139. Felix Carr, 155. $46. Jeffrey Carr, 132.
To finish off his campaign with a bit of a fanfare. Treble 19. And that wouldn't have been the world's worst guy for the bullseye, in fairness.
45. Felix Carr, 109.
For this to extend the match, 109. Bullseye first. Tops. Nico Bloom's next door. He wanted him to go single 9.
87.
Jeff Murray for the match, 87. It may well end on the bull. This may well end on double 5. But
82.
it nudges inside.
Felix Carr, 20.
So this to keep the contest going just that tad bit longer.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Felix
He's selling it.
Scherzer.
Back to 3-2. And it is Jeff Murray now who has the darts to win the match.
6 leg Jeff to throw first. Game on.
Don't forget, if you've missed any of today's session, you can tune into our highlights package, which is available at the end of play in every single session here at the Super Series.
1 out of them, 40.
Tailor-made to your custom viewing on our YouTube channel. And don't forget, if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe. Plenty of excellent content on there. Plenty of other little bonus piece for you from our social media team. Lurking away behind the scenes,
85.
making bonus content for you. And don't forget that we're back tonight.
100.
10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And tomorrow night's
43.
final, just to mark your cards in case you can't be with us tonight. First of all, why wouldn't you want to be with us tonight? But if you've got Friday night plans, don't forget that Saturday we get underway
140.
at 7:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel. And then go live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock. That'll be for the semi-finals and the final.
59.
To see who is going to be the first player through to Series 6's Champions Week. This leg in the offing.
81.
Slip with the last dart. Means that Shirts, sleeves himself a 3-dart combo as opposed to a 2-dart one.
58. Finish your car, 120.
Time to climb the ladder. Treble. Single. Double!
Game shot on the 6th leg. Felix Scherzer.
And we go all the way.
7th and final leg. Felix to throw first. Game on.
Well, this would sum up Jeff Murray's Group C campaign. His Shirts wins this.
58.
139 to start for
139.
Murray, punishing the troublous turn of Schertz. For him, he'll be about
30.
playing the ADC European Tour going forward. That's where the spots for the Super Series are going to be filled from that particular region going forward. There's events this
140.
weekend. We'll keep up to tabs of all of those results. We'll see who we're going to see here in the next few weeks and months.
60.
So the final leg of the day, Jeff Murray has 6 starts from here to win it.
58. 58. Jeff Ducal, 164.
164 for the match, and he's got the luxury of time. But in this scenario, Jeff, why not have a go?
58.
Well, he's going to return for 106.
140. Jeff Ducal, 106.
106 to win the match. Double 16 to win it in style.
74. Felix Ducal, 155.
And now Felix gets his chance to win it with a bit of a fanfare. He's not going to do that, and so Jeff Murray comes back for 32. Double 16 to end his campaign with a victory.
Jeff Ducal, 32.
Not quite been for the man who started the group as the favourite to win it. That's nudged the wire. And he can't find a way through.
Felix Ducal, 98.
Schertz is back for 98 to end his week with a win. He's going to be bottom of the table no matter what. But can he at least finish with some kind of flourish? Winless today. And that record
58.
looks set now
Jeff
to
Ducal,
continue.
32.
You don't expect Murray to pass up more opportunities.
Game
And he won't
shot of the
pass
match,
up any more
separate.
opportunities. Jeff Murray was the favourite to win the group, but he wins our final game to at least give him something to walk back away with. He just missed out on qualification in the end. A 4-3 win against Felix Schertz was insurmountable as far as qualification was concerned. Those 2 spots went by way of Charlie Large and Nico Blum, who sealed their passages with a couple of games to spare. But in our final match, Murray beat Schertz by 4 legs to 3.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Scott, Jeff Murray came close last time he was here. He's come even closer this time. How disappointed is he going to be?
I think he will be disappointed. He was disappointed this morning with his start yesterday, and he's going to look back and say, you know, that I didn't really hit the ground running. And always difficult when you travel that far. It's a lot more difficult for those players up north. And yeah, that's where he's going to rue his chances yesterday.
Well, let's recap what has happened today. All 15 fixtures completed, and well, Charlie Large, he did what he needed to do from the start of the day, won his first 3 matches, picked up a 4th win as well at the end there to win the group. Pretty much a perfect day for him.
Yeah, did everything he needed to do right from the get-go, didn't he? He was right from the off, got that first game under his belt. Probably a nice game for him to have, first game Felix, who really didn't find his feet yesterday, and to start today having Charlie, it was a difficult one to have to deal with, but Charlie gets through it, and then that set him up for the rest of the day, really.
Yeah, it was Nico Blum that went through with him, and he qualified in quite typical style, didn't he, Nico Blum? Good chat with him on the balcony. He loves using the bullseye, and he used it in that 82 checkout to get the 1 leg he needed, as it turned out, in that match.
He got a little nervy towards the end. I know he's quite a flamboyant character, and he showed that we were. It was a lovely shot to get the leg that he needed, but he had chances in the game before that to have it done and dusted, and it was tense, nervous headache for him. It was a bit shaky, and he didn't finish it as early as he could have done.
And it must be a strange situation to go into a match knowing you don't actually need to win the match; you only need 1 leg.
Yeah, that can be a fear. You know, we were talking about, you know, the Grand Slams on this week, and I've been in a situation there with the Grand Slam where you need certain things. You've just got to get your head down, not think of the situation, and play a game of darts. You want to win every game. and that's just the only way to play it. You've got to get your head down and not worry about other scenarios, because once you start thinking, oh, I need a leg, then when you get to the double on that leg, or the arm goes tight, the shoulder comes in, the knee starts trembling where you're standing, and you can cause yourself all sorts of problems. So try and take that out of the equation, try and win the game, and don't just go for the one leg.
Yep, he got the leg that he did need. Charlie Large got the victory he needed to ensure that he not just qualified but won the group as well. He needed to get 2 legs in that game. So just after Nico had qualified, Large did that to assert himself as the winner of the group.
Yeah, and as you just saw at the end of the shot there, the biggest smile of the week, I think. He's then started to enjoy after that, and quite rightly so. He deserves his place in the Saturday night final. Yeah,
he is top of the group. He's won it. It's his first time on that stage in Portsmouth. That fantastic victory to get there against Nico Bloom in the end. What's it going to be like for Charlie Large in front of his home crowd? He's a young lad. He'll have plenty of support, friends and family. He'll want to make sure he has more results like that and more performances like that.
Look, so far it's been a week of learning, and I know how that feels, because Lakeside, for me, I was one of the closest players to Lakeside, and that first Lakeside, when everybody came up and there was tables and tables there to see you, there's a different pressure that comes on yourself of you not wanting to let them down. And you don't think like that as a dart player in an empty room, or you don't think like that on a Monday night when you're playing in the league. So it will be a very different situation for him. Great one for him to learn and understand at the age that he is now. Don't wait till you're 37 and 38 like I was. You're too long in the tooth by then. It's good for him to be experiencing it now right here on his own doorstep. He'll enjoy it. He has to go into it really enjoying the idea of being here. Not go into it thinking that he can win it immediately. Just go into it and enjoy the occasion, but concentrate at the same time.
Well, winning the group should give him some confidence. Here is confirmation of the final Group C table. And just a reminder, Scott, Charlie Large, 16 points, just 2 defeats. He was a rank outsider in this group.
Absolutely, 7-1. If anybody backed him yesterday morning at that before we started, they'll be happy people right now.
And missing out Jeff Murray, we mentioned it before, on leg difference. How disappointing must that be?
Yeah, missing out on leg difference is just, you then start to look back and analyse. I'm sure he'll jump on, go, what could I have done here? What could I have done there? The impressive thing for me was the way that he came back after the disappointing start yesterday. Very easy for him to have folded and gone, do you know what? It ain't my day again. And he didn't do that. He battled to the bitter end, and I don't think that's the last we'll see of Jeff Murray here.
Well, let's just zoom out and look at the week as a whole. We have now 3 players through to finals night, Large and Bloom, joining Thibaut Tricol, the winner of Group A. You'd have to say that at the moment, until the Group B players are put in, it's fair to say that Thibaut will be a firm favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. But we saw last night in Group B that they're quite happy to rumble with each other, and the big shot-outs come. The big averages were coming last night, and we're going to see some more of those tonight. You know, this is a really good group. It's a really tough group, and the guys last night just applied themselves amazingly. So I don't think that group's done yet. You know, Jared's got to come in and do exactly the same as Charlie Large did today and assert himself early doors on that group.
Well, let's just show you what the group standings are like before tonight. Jared Cole, as Scott just mentioned, 4 wins from 4. Probably just 1 win away. He might be through, but who knows? Harry Ward will feel like he's in a good spot as well. But the early matches are going to matter. If Willie Borden can put a gap between himself and Rob Grundy, it's a long way back for Grundy and Smith.
It is indeed. It's a long way back for Grundy and Smith. But for me, Danny has a chance to play the role of the spoiler. He was pretty unlucky to go through without a win last night. The averages that he was doing, the way that he was playing, I think he will come here, knowing Danny like I do, and for as long as I have, he'll be happy to come here as the spoiler tonight and really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
And if anybody saw how the first half of the night in particular went last night, you don't want to miss it. Looking forward to it?
Absolutely. Can we do it now?
Yeah, well, we'll wait a few hours yet. We're back on air at 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV here in the UK, and for viewers around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, when the final 3 finals night places will be filled. We'll see you then.
2. Another one of them for double 12. Oh,
Game
that's
shot on the
enigmatic
foreplay.
from Scott
Scott Taylor.
Absolutely magnificent.
If I get Darrell to throw
Absolutely
first.
liking everything about him today. And Darrell Pilgrim, you wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5-180s.
180.
He's averaging 121.82 and losing 3-1. Go figure.
57.
Wow, wow, and wow again. I just well make it 6, Darrell.
Whoa!
Staggering.
180.
Absolutely wonderful darts. Mesmerising darts. Beautiful darts.
84.
Oh, come on, Darrell.
141.
This is the most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18. It's the perfect 9-darter. He's been threatening all day. Darrell Pilgrim, what a sensational finish. What a match. Just the most incredible moment here at the MODUS Super Series. Scott, what have we just witnessed? What a game. What a performance from Scott Taylor. And the 9-dart man, Darrell Pilgrim, averages a mere 118.88 in defeat. One of the MODUS Super Series golden moments. I thoroughly enjoyed that game, and my heart's racing. I'm sure theirs are too, but just look at those numbers.
At the MODUS Super Series HQ.
180.
So, is he going to go for the ball, surely? I mean, if we're going for averages, you just well go for the ball. He's set on 124.72.
100. Now we require 50.
For the match. And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's destructive. It's Darrell Pilgrim with the record average here at the MODUS Super Series of 122.69. Have it. Unbelievable dart from Darrell Pilgrim as he looks up there. You've broke the record, Darrell. 122.69, and Boring does. I loves the checkout ratio. 4 from 4. The man has been absolutely sensational today. A 9-darter. And now a record breaker here at the MODUS Super Series. It's wonderful darts from Darrell Pilgrim.
3. It means he becomes the first player to move on to 6 points in the group as Justin Smith and Niall Cullerton go toe-to-toe next. Yes, Justin, you're playing Niall. Yes, that's Niall. You don't have to tap him on the back.
170.
And here's the biggest finish of them all. The biggest fish in the deep blue sea. Oh, he bounced in and out. That's incredible.
Was so poor.
Justin, you require 110.
Justin Smith was 3-0 down. He was probably seeing the exit door in his face. But now he's going to have a dart at double 16 to complete the most incredible comeback you'll see.
Justin
the
Smith.
bearded dragon was in the dungeon. He fought elimination, was probably staring him in the face, but he conjures up darts from the gods in the...
In fact, if I recall rightly, I stood here and had a little go at tipping myself, and I'm sure I said Dave Prince was a bit of value at that 11-1, didn't I?
I'm not so sure you were right now was wrong.
Can we actually get that clip? Because I think it's time to just rub Glenn's... We can actually get the clip, so I'm going to show you that now. The one that draws my eye is the 11-1 on Dave Prince at the bottom.
No, it doesn't for me. Davey's on the back of a break from darts. He is back playing regular again.
Dismissed out of hand by Glenn Durrant there. In fact, Glenn, I think what we should probably do is swap places. You can present and I'll be the pundit, because I'm obviously doing a better job than you, right? Let's actually do that. We know this at the Super Series.
That sounds a plan.
Presenter stands there, pundit here. Right, Glenn. Bet builder next. So are you going to ask me about that?
Yeah, the bet builder. Let's have a little look at what the people have been suggesting for tonight. What's your thoughts on that, Chris?
Right, well, just like every other pundit that ever comes here to the Super Series, it would just be a total guess.
You haven't seen the 3 bulls yet.
But can Pilgrim finish in style? Finish with a flourish. And Mr. P's perfect week has its fairy tale ending. Max.
180. 140.
Nearly followed by one of Lipscomb's own. And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Never has it been done on television by a female player before. Fallon Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-star finish. Fallon Sherrick is a history maker once again.
Oh, don't try that at home. He really is a wizard. He didn't even look. Did you see that?
2.
Of course he's hit it. Of course he gets another. Wow, what a shot from Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
That is an absolute sword to the ribs. 78.38 is a running average. That's going to have to improve by... Check.
190.
It's one of those crazy 180s you see every now and
Take a
again.
look again at MSS darts. Oh, wow. How casual was that?
Owen Bay.
But he was the person who was winning matches like this.
Yeah, he's had the knack of winning ugly. And this is a great response from Heenahan.
In a sense, Ryan has been the Wimbledon of the week. Long ball darts and just waiting to strike. Hang on a minute. Mr. 9 Darters back. He was...
For Ryan Harrington, great to see him back on the hockey. He finishes with an 83-28 in the final one.
To watch the 155 back. Why not? Right, I want you to do my job for a second and talk over this and what you're thinking.
Oh my God, treble 19, treble 20, double 19, yes, of course.
Was it?
Henry, it's in.
Yes, it was in. It was most definitely in. I don't think we'll ever do that segment again.
No,
Right,
but-
many congratulations.
Who really turned up in that game and inflicted just a second defeat. Taking it well. 3 darts at double. Usually only one outcome. And that's it, Andreas. That's in, Paul.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Andreas Harrison.
Comedy moment between the pair of them.
125.
2-5 for Tunders. Bull. 25. Bull!
Game shot on the 5th leg. Christopher Saunders.
Beautiful finish. Ooh, another one that he doesn't like it. Could go bull. He's going to go bull. Oh my goodness.
Game shot on the match. Jericho.
Absolutely outstanding from Jared Cole, I can assure you. You may see that at the odd exhibition, but...
You said you've been waiting for the 170. We haven't got close to it yet.
You were seeing? You were seeing?
Game shot on the 2nd leg.
I just had a feeling that was going to go.
AI way I. Oh, how good is that?
162.
The old Rob Cross route on the old 302. I wonder if he's going to stay there for the next shot.
60.
Maybe the most famous 302 in the history of the game. 5 treble 18s and double 16 to win a world title. And to win this leg, he's done exactly the same.
The first leg.
Exactly a minute for the first leg.
Game.
Wow.
And the match
102.24.
48.
It's all on him. He's been decent on the outer ring. 3 from 7. Just sandwich it in between. It's a lovely marker, that. Just hit it in between the two.
Game
Just like that and get it quickly.
And the match,
Go and get it.
Richard
Go and
Hosie.
get it. Okay, now we can say that he's won the match. I've seen a 156 today. That's an interesting reaction to a treble 20. And there's another one. And a double
From the
18.
second leg, Jordan Brooks.
Well, as far as reactions go to 156 checkouts, that's not what I expected.
Thing like today, I went for a walk and I seen Charles Dickens' birthplace and that, and I just thought to myself, you know, I came into the week with great expectations. Over the week, I've had some hard times, but at the end of the week, maybe there's going to be a bit of a twist.
Well, it's been the best of times, hasn't it? Look at that.
Yeah,
You could do my job if
there
you want
go.
in future.
That's for the intellectual viewers.
There we go.
Cosmo, and I thought it was fascinating that it would have that kind of integrity. That's the second time that's happened today. What are you trying to do to the board, Victor? His parkour skills are pretty good. I'm not even sure where that ended up. Was it in his shoe?
6.
Okay, now we look at Oscar with slightly different eyes, don't we? What's he going to do next?
Fill it up
180.
for the second time.
Yeah, look at it this way, Oscar. You can't finish 163. I bet you can try, but you'll fail.
Good response, this.
180.
I'll tell you what Oscar will be feeling right now. He'd be feeling a bit sick about the fact that he was just a little bit further behind on the table, because if he'd got a better start on Monday, he might have been knocking on the door.
131.
Somebody's
Jimmy
playing
McCoy,
very well all of a sudden.
136.
311 scored in 6. Oh, tops. That's
Game
special.
on the fifth leg. Jim Long.
Well, especially after this sequence of scoring from Oscar, he probably thought,
Sixth
happy
leg, it's Jim
days,
to throw
I'll be coming
first.
back at double 60.
Game on.
This would be where he gets 3 bulls. Did he? He did as well. No way.
Yeah, he just wants a go at the ball. Or, if he goes for the treble, which he does, double 14.
Game.
It's
shot,
Jim's week once
and
again.
the match.
He's
and
the
the
king
MODUS
of the
Super
gyms.
Series Week 10
And he's
champion.
going to be in Champions Week
Jim
as a Scot.
McEwen.
Must see, wasn't it? I'm the human highlight reel.
And the perfect marker, wasn't it?
Oh, off the barrel. Slight touch off the barrel.
You're taking my job now. well, coming into the next couple of days, then obviously perfect start for yourself. 10 points from 10. Yeah. I suppose it is just about trying to keep going, keep ticking the wins on the board, getting the points on the board, and see what happens. Yeah.
Well, I saw the guy the other week of 28, and I thought he's 30. I don't want the 30.
Right, he set the goalpost very high indeed. Well, Reese, we'll let you go. Thank you so much for popping up. Congratulations on your efforts today. Right, one more game. I don't often get a handshake up here. Lee Cox, Jarno Bottenberg with Matt and Phil.
Tom, you require 24.
24.
Game
That
shot.
is
Under match.
absolutely
Tom Lonsdale.
stunning from Tom Lonsdale. He has ended the Reese Robinson winning streak. It is a 4-0 demolition job from the ADC qualifier. And look, they're sharing a moment there. Reese knows that was a special performance from Tom. He's averaged 113.43, winning legs of 13, 12, 15 and 13. Tom Lonsdale, take a bow. Hello.
Game
It's
shot on the fourth leg. Reese Robinson.
Mr. Mussey.
Reese does not take 120 out. Oh, he's gone for 3 tops again. Can it work?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Oh,
Reese
wow,
Robinson.
what a time to do it.
Human highlight reel did something else again today. The 120, the 3 tops. You've got a bit of previous in doing this here.
Another one.
and another one. 3 tops. Now you're through to Saturday night. Any more maverick moves on your mind?
Oh, I don't choose what happens in here, mate. Sometimes they just come to me and I'll just go for them. And I might have another one up the sleeve.
3 bullseyes?
I do fancy it. I fancy it.
Say in the camera, do you fancy the
Oh,
free
I
balls?
do fancy it.
I'm David Schlichting. This is my bullseye challenge, and this is also the first search result on Google for turtle running. Turtle power. 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 Turtle power.
You've not found
Scott,
the
you
bed.
require 132.
Is it time to pop the cork? Bull. Bull. Double
Game shot on the
16
third
for the
leg.
champagne
Scott Taylor.
finish. And he may well be able to pop the cork shortly. He's 3-0 to
Tom,
the
you
good.
require 104.
2 trebles.
Game shot on the
Oh
fifth
my.
leg. Tom Lonsdale.
He likes a party piece, and Matt, you're sat there absolutely stunned. It's a breaker throw for Lonsdale.
Sixth leg. Tom, you require 170.
Another for the ball. The
Game shot on the
bullseye for
sixth
the
leg.
fish.
Tom Lonsdale.
It's the 170 for Lonsdale, and this time he didn't refuse the ball, and Matt is sat there smirking.
7th and final leg.
Trying
It's
to
Kevin to throw
assess what
first.
he is just. When
Tom,
your
you
die is sat
require
like that, I know it's
112.
unconventional double, but it's a double. Tops to win it.
Game shot
And
and
win
the
it,
match.
he
Tom
does.
Lonsdale.
Tom Lonsdale comes from 3-0 down to win 4 on the spin to move back top of the table, and that eliminates Kevin Edwards from the hunt here in Group B. He can now not reach the final as he reels in the big...
Described you as a sitting duck. It's been more like a swan, hasn't it, the serene progress you've made this time. Is it time, David, that I gave you this back and you took it away and you replace it with maybe a trophy on Saturday instead?
More than likely, and I'll be putting it on my Edgar's door, I think. But, definitely. No.
Martin, you required 4.
Yeah, real drop of the shoulders, real disappointment there. So Adam's back for 4. Stepping over, just needs to lift it above. Yeah, wants to sit it on top of those two, and
No score.
does do that, but not quite in the right place.
Reach your required 10.
And there she wrote, really, for Martin Adams. Too many missed darts at
Game
a double
shot
this week. But for
and the
Reece
match.
Colley, the questions
Reece
were
Colley.
asked today. He got the answers in the end. He'll be delighted to find out that he's there on Saturday night. He will join Justin Hood from Group C, and he'll play a very, very important part, because at times when he gets that throw right, you still can't hit a double, Martin. Double 2. There you go, easy. But it's Reece Colley that goes off. Yes!
If Dennett takes this out, it will be West. He'll keep his B hopes alive. He's getting one dart. It's at double 16. It's
shot
in
and the
double
match,
16.
Matt Dennen.
And Matt Dennen has completed the great escape. Steve West now knows his fate. He falls into Group C. Conan Whitehead has done enough to be in Group B. Not sure if he knows it. There goes the dart. I'm not sure if Henry Deacon on the balcony caught it.
Qualify for Saturday's Champions Night. And Anton Ursland may well see his chances evaporate into the
108.
Portsmouth sunset as Białecki kicks off leg 5 of a max. Whoever wrote him off at the end of yesterday has been made to look
97.
like fools. That's a 4th. And a 5th. And a 6th on the treble 19. Only Steve West has achieved this feat at Champions Week. Sebastian Białecki,
60.
Sebastian,
you require
144 points
144.
away from perfection. Another one of them. Leads double 12.
Game shot
From
and the
the
match.
pole,
Sebastian
Sebastian
Białecki.
Białecki wins the game with a 9-dart leg. Only the second in Super Series Champions Week history. A bolt from the blue from Białecki.
A really well
Chris,
crafted
you
finish.
require
Now he's just got to hope that
152.
Corntock hasn't got a magical moment up his sleeve. Oh, this would be a heartbreaker. He thinks it's
Game
in,
shot,
and
and
it
the
is
match.
in.
Chris
And Conan
Quansah.
Whitehead just cannot believe it. He put himself in a really, really good position on top.
Require 40. Game, shot, and the match, and the MODUS Super Series champion, Jim McEwen.
It is a titanic tartan triumph as Scotland's Jim McEwen masters MODUS Super Series 5. Chucky picks up the Champions Night check, and he is living and breathing every second of that achievement. Paul Nicholson, what a worthy winner as Jim McEwen completes the full set and pockets £20,000.
There are many things you can do at the MODUS Super Series. You can win weeks, you can win groups. But now Jim McEwen becomes a Super Series immortal. A great performance in the final, and he took full advantage of Marino Michaels not turning up in the first couple of legs. He's won it all. He's becoming immortal at the Super Series, and now he has something else to lift.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Thanks, Henry. You're absolutely right. Something has got to give in this one. Somebody will lose their unbeaten record. We do not know at this moment which one that will be. Both had great games to open up this evening. Both hitting 100 averages. Where this will go, who knows?
Jared Cole got his on-topping display in a 4-2 victory against Willie
First
Borland.
leg, it's Harry to throw first.
Harry Ward
Game on.
But 104.16, took out a 167 finish and hit 3 180s in a 4-2 success against Rob Grundy, who's since gone on to win 4-2 himself. In fact, every match so far has won that scoreline. The average scoreline here at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, people say nobody likes a show off, but I've got to say I really
95.
loved the Harry Ward game. What a great game that was.
Yeah, really enjoyable stuff. And he's one of those players that when he's in full swing, he is a joy to watch. A real darting delight,
140.
Big H.
$140.
And already it looks like an early start where these two boys are going to push each other along on the treble scoring, and
115.
Bluff the last start there for Ward to leave a double, or leave a shot out, should we say.
Whoa!
No doubt about Jared Cole leaving an out shot, because he has just piled in yet another 180 this evening.
That takes him for 3 on the evening, the same as Harry
140.
Ward.
Jared require 86.
I've already had a fair few legs, one in
78.
4
Harry
visits.
required
This one
51.
won't be, meaning Ward might just hold on to his throw here. Double 16 would get him it. That could be used.
90.
It's not used. Not
Jared require
utilised.
8.
And the leg could be lost. Double 4 for Cole.
Game shot on the first leg. Jared Cole.
Need us a breaker throw to Jared Cole.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
My eagle-eyed colleagues has just pointed out that 8 of the last 9 games today have been won by a 4-2 scoreline. in fashion, on vogue, as our 180s.
180.
I didn't say it. I kept
60.
it to myself.
I'll keep it to yourself for another 3 darts at least. There's one. That run is over. Thought Mitchell can
100.
talk again.
I got to the point there where I wasn't even breathing. Yeah.
80.
Well, after the perfect start from each player in this leg,
81.
probably just about still advantage Jared Cole, even though Ward's first to a finish, and he's also first to a finish we've seen already tonight.
45.
Maybe that advantage has just quickly disappeared.
Yeah, effectively with our visit, the darts have been turned, and definitely have done with this visit. Oh, 16.
Game shot in the
tidy
second leg.
finish.
Harry
It's
Ward.
another 140, a different way than Rob Grundy did the 140. He did the more traditional
Well,
route.
it's Harry to throw first.
But when they go in, they go in. It doesn't matter which route you go. And what a way to break back from Harry Ward.
We've had a 100, a 106.
180.
Bucket loads of 180s in the scoring stakes. 2 140s, one from Harry Ward, and that 167 he hit earlier on. What on earth is going on tonight? What's occurring?
Something in the water. We are in the harbour area of Portsmouth.
96.
Really remarkable stuff, this. From both players, from all the players. Another?
140.
But it does get Jared Cole back in the same kind of vicinity as Harry Ward.
I've noticed Jared Cole's using a slightly different barrel to when he was last here.
180.
Another 180 to Harry Ward. I think that's number 6 so far on the evening.
Right, stop it now.
140.
That treble 20 bed must be
45.
weeping at the moment. It'll be a light relief for it that we're at the end of a leg and not aiming for it anymore. Double 16.
13.
Oh, he has
Jared
a
require
little
121.
chink in the armour with that double tonight in this match. And Jared Cole could pick his pocket on double 14. Wow,
Game
it's
shot in the
another
third leg.
ton-topping checkout.
Jared
This
Cole.
is getting ridiculous.
He's a player.
Well,
They're
it's
just
Jared to throw
bouncing off of one
first.
another, aren't they? This is super to watch. Oh, well, just for a change. Go on, then.
180.
I don't know what to count. Do I count 180s? Do I count ton plus checkouts? So,
I'll cover the 180s. You do the one. You do the ton plus
42.
checkouts. It's pandemonium here in the commentary box, trying to record these stats.
well, 6 of the 180s have come in this game, and there's been
60.
3-figure finishes this evening as well. 2 140s. That 121, the 167, the 106, and 100.
174.
Proper telly darts. This.
I mean, this is laughable.
60.
Finally, one of them's had a rest. The treble 20s had a throw off from being absolutely peppered.
125.
Still no mercy shown on it there from Harry Ward. He's set up 160. He'll probably take that out as well. That's just the way things are going tonight.
177. Harry,
6
record
180s,
160.
a 174, a 177, and now a 160 finish. Not quite.
Oh, almost, mate.
80.
Nearly
Jared
called it
require
in.
24. Game show on the fourth leg. Jared Cole.
A little 13 darter to keep us interested. Wow.
Fifth leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
Harry Ward averaging 109.41 and losing 3-1.
60.
Jared Cole, 112.08. He was producing these kind of numbers in the early part of the match against Willie Borland as well. It dropped a little bit towards the end.
96.
Still finished just shade under a ton, but sorry, just a shade over a ton.
121.
But the standard is producing in the evening as a whole. I mean, this is not just match-winning form. It's not just night-winning form. In fact, it's not just week-winning form. This is championship-winning form.
Yeah, we've got 5 of them doing it. That's the point.
180.
On one evening.
So Harry lands his 4th maximum of this match.
83. Harry require
in which he's already
140.
taken out this finish. Did it with 2 treble 18s and a double 16. Won't be repeating the sweet feat, but he
88.
will be coming back for 52.
$96.
So
Harry
Cole
require 52.
just keeps him honest. On most legs being on 130 after 12, you would fancy yourself, but Ward down on 52.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Nice little
Harry Ward.
15 dart leg there. Harry Ward to keep him in it.
6th leg, it's Jared to throw
It's
first.
all about the Jared Cole throw.
$140.
Calm and composed. That's the dream start.
Dream dart for Harry Ward to work off.
83.
Just goes a bit wayward. So Cole still in command. At the Lord of the Board this afternoon. Tonight we've got the King of the Castle.
95. $58. $137.
When Cole returns, he will have the chance to win it, and not only that, he's going to get a couple of goes at the 129 as well.
56. Jared require
This time he's
129.
maintained the A+ standard throughout the match. Treble 20 would have left the bullseye. Instead, he can just try and set up now.
64.
Ward, all he can do is try and hit as many of those red bits as he can. Not quite leaving a finish, so it's all about Jared Cole. He will want to finish it here and now, and he does.
The match.
A super
Jared
match
Cole.
from Jared Cole. He goes unbeaten, up onto 4 points in Group B in the early stages, tops the group. What a sensational match that was. 106 for Jared Cole, 102 for Harry Ward, and he walks away with just the 2 legs. How can that happen? Double stats particularly good. We head into a short break, and we will return with some more of this fantastic action with Willie Borland taking on Danny Smith.